Jom. Dan cik hilang fokus dalam orang fokus. Itu tak boleh hilang. Oh, tak boleh orang tu sangat. Kalau dia blur kan. Tak, aku dah buat white dah. Buat white pun dia hilang yang fokus. Kenapa? Tu baca nama apa? Tak ada nama apa. Yang tu fokus. Nama juga ada lagi. Ada semalam tu juga saya tak sedih. Memang kan. Apa dia tak ada. Yang ini memang letak. Ya kan cantik. Tak kemana buat bunga ni? Memang enak muka. Ini sudah lihat. Betul. Jadi nanti tadi buat apa? Dah, jadi dah start kawan. Kau tak start recording ni kan? Kau start recording. So pergi makan dulu. Jom. Jom awal jom.
Jap nak.
Jom.
Je, siapa?
Jom.
Tak kena test dengan tu. Apa Mio.
Saya kita tak judi esok ah.
Kita bukan KL. Alamat je KL.
Alamat KL pun. Pada nanti esok ni. Yang nak pergi Goh. Oh, tak boleh Goh. Kena dia lupa. Jangan lupa lah. Kalau dia mana dengan sini. Satu istek tu. Mana istek ni? Jalan kita. Oh ni. Goh dia ni. Goh, dah Goh ke? Ni Goh.
Testing, Cok. Test sound, Cok.
Okey, dengar. Cuan suara 1 2 3. Test mic. Okey.
Clear?
Clear.
Nasi lemak 1 2 3, nasi lemak. Nasi lemak.
YouTube channel YouTube.
Kita je.
YouTube ada masuk voice yang tak perlu ke? Ada humming ke? Yang kat YouTube.
YouTube kita tengok. YouTube.
Yang ada ni macam takut ada macam dia catch up. Ni hari tu.
Dia jom buka.
Tes Dewan Suara 1, 2 dan 3.
Oh ya, dia.
A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Kita pasti ada tak. Tahu tak betul.
Ini mic kurang ya? Bukan. Mic kurang ya?
Ya.
Okey tu tak tahu balik. Itu ada. Cameo.
Okey, YouTube clear.
YouTube dulu. Dekat macam ada mic kat sini.
Malah pakai saja.
Apa
Jadi dia. Okey. Okey.
Okey, aku test mau buka cakap ni. Tadi keluar. Okay, testing. Test. Dengar. Ya. Bawang satu, bawang dua. Bawang. Bawang satu, bawang dua. Dengar lagi. Dengar lagi. Dah tarik, sorry cakap tu boleh tutup. Ada lagi.
Semalam memang okey kan?
Semalam.
Sebab ada kuat juga.
Tak, semalam yang kat masa lupa off mic.
Kejap.
Kan tak boleh nak pakai mic ni. Komputer ni dia lupa off. Tak masalah.
Awak akan mic dia memang untuk gitu lah.
Kuat sangat ni. Cakap slow pun dengar. Tak, okey. Ada lagi. Sekejap Okey, bawang. Keluar. Keluar lagi. Sekejap. Lagi. Lapar. Buat tak? Soalan dah set kan? Ada yang ni. Bawang lapar. Bawang. Jadi tiga lah. Jangan lombat KL. Buat ni. Jauh pun. Batuk boleh. Dengar lagi. Bau pun dari hijau. Ya. Cakap kecil lagi. Sudah ni. Tadi sudah ni. Masuk kan? Okey, teruskan cakap. Okey, tadi dia teruskan cakap. Teruskan cakap. Lagi bang.
Share the wisdom. Tapi aku mau breaking kami sedang bercakap, kami masih bercakap. Bawang satu, bawang dua, bawang satu, testing. And really my voice. Ya Allah, aku. Jawab, bagi orang tu bukan pandai. Dia tanya tu semua kita tak tahu. Kita mesti buat ni kan.
Orang tu pelepah.
Ibang kat mana? Tak tahu dia tu. Yeah. I remember that. They're always changing everything. I think it's just not apa lagi tu?
Bawang 835. Bawang 835. Bawang 81, bawang 82.
Bawang. Bawang dan pembawang. Bawang putih, bawang merah.
Ada lagi orang ini. Buat ni. Kita buat. Baru kat situ. Humming test 1, 2, 3. Equal test 1, 2, 3. Mic check 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2. Humming test 1, 2, 3. Equal test 1, 2, 3. Wait, what are you? Mana Syamsul ni? Apa setengah ni? Tapi kita buat dekat tu biar tak nampak berapa lagi video. Tapi aku pengen ni WB, bukan WB. Tiga minggu main tu rasa nak pergi pakok ni sebelum. Ini kau masih boleh tak? Kau terminate. Kau dah ada itu. Sedar ya, aku dah. Kau aku dah yang okey mesti ah. Sembang ada kita. Kau dah Google Play. Apa ini? Nah. Dapat kita makan dulu, tunggu Syamsul datang. Aku nak telefon. Tapi makin kuat.
Kalau ini doktor memang direct.
Try kita.
Try bawang, try kami.
Naik bang. Nih, yang jaga pun nih.
Testing, testing, testing.
Rostrum check 1 2. Rostrum check 1 2. Mic check 1 2 3. Humming test 1 2 3. Humming test. Echo test. Humming test. Echo test. Teruskan bercakap ni dan silakan membawa. Test mic 1 2 3. Kenapa kan tu?
Ini memang nak buat jadi tu.
Sebab kalau tu dekat, tapi kalau itu dekatkan sikit je lah. Nampak? Kalau kau fokus dekat sini, orang bergerak, kau fokus lagi. Tapi okey ni kot. Air bunga je, dia memang kalau dekat dia movement. Dia movement. Kita bertiga. Tu. Tadi tak ada cakap.
Kita fokusan.
Oh, YouTube. Dah. Tadi kita nak orang. Tapi saya kacau cakap ya.
The Harun M. Hashim Law Center was established in July 1997 and started its full operation in 1998 under the auspices of the Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, International Islamic University Malaysia, to offer selected academic programs and specialized training courses in various disciplines of law in the cause of promoting lifelong learning. We offer continuing legal education, mainly for professionals from various professions seeking to improve and broaden their knowledge in various disciplines of law, legal research, writing, and enhance professional competency. Our mission is to produce graduates who are outstanding in their knowledge and technical competence and are committed to participating in socio-economic development processes. It seeks to design and deliver social justice promotion and training programs aimed at facilitating social service delivery and undertake legal research. Our vision is to be a center for continuing legal education in Malaysia, Asian regions, and the world, renowned for outstanding teaching and intellectual rigors for bridging the discipline of law with other professions, governance, administration, and management, driven by commitment to the pursuit of justice and service to humanity. Here in Harun M. Hashim Law Center, we offer master's programs such as LLM in International Law, LLM in Islamic Banking and Finance Law, LLM in Business Law, LLM in Administration of Islamic Law, Postgraduate Diploma, Diploma in Sharia Legal Practice, Diploma in Administration Islamic Judiciary, Certificate Program, Certificate in Company Secretarial Practice, Certificate in Islamic Banking and Finance Law, and Certificate in Competition Policy Law. Log into our website at www.lawcenter.iium.edu.my or give us a call at 03 6421 4273 or at 03 6421 4374.
Okey, boleh balik? Sekejap, tanya cowok sekejap. Hello.
Billions of people in the world have no access to financial assistance. Borders in the system are designed to create barriers. Trusted establishments, they've collapsed over and over again, costing us hundreds of billions of dollars in losses. So, what's the solution? Today's world is riddled with new initiatives, all produced with the intention to deliver a solution, from the grassroots startups to the multi-million-dollar organizations to unicorns. Charities aim to make a difference, to uplift mankind, to rid the world of hunger, poverty, and unnecessary dust. Trillions of dollars are poured into charities worldwide. But where do our donations go? Think about it. Finterra introduces the Waqf chain, the future of Waqf. Blockchain technology harnessed to crowdfund the development of Waqf initiatives. Waqf chain delivers you total transparency, security, and immutability for all of your transactions. For centuries, Waqf has been an integral part of Islamic society. Finterra's Waqf chain is designed and built to serve over 700 million people living below the poverty line. This allows the tracking of contributions made by users, institutions, and trust from the act of giving to the realization of its benefits. Recognized as the world's first Waqf on blockchain, Finterra simplifies the act of charity, paving the way to a new world order. A world where generosity and voluntary giving is automated and trustable, where Waqf brings hope and optimism to the lives of billions. Waqf chain is a global community of inclusion for the greater good of humanity. Join Finterra's Waqf chain. Visit mywaqf.com and be part of the future of Waqf.
see. Okay.
It's just that the link for the second day is different.
Okay, you shared it this morning, right? Is it this one here? Let's have a look. Okay.
The Harun M. Hashim Law Center was established in July 1997 and started its full operation in 1998 under the auspices of the Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah Flaws International Islamic University Malaysia to offer selected academic programs and specialized training courses in various disciplines of law in the course of promoting lifelong learning. We offer continuing legal education, mainly for professionals from various professions seeking to improve and broaden their knowledge in various disciplines of law, legal research, writing, and enhance professional competency. Our mission is to produce graduates who are outstanding in their knowledge and technical competence and are committed to participating in socio-economic development processes. It seeks to design and deliver social justice promotion and training programs aimed at facilitating social service delivery and undertake legal research. Our vision is to be a center for continuing legal education in Malaysia, Asian regions, and the world, renowned for outstanding teaching and intellectual rigors for bridging the discipline of law with other professions, governance, administration, and management, driven by commitment to the pursuit of justice and service to humanity. Here in Harun M. Hashim Law Center, we offer master's programs such as LLM in International Law, LLM in Islamic Banking and Finance Law, LLM in Business Law, LLM in Administration of Islamic Law, Postgraduate Diploma, Diploma in Sharia Legal Practice, Diploma in Administration Islamic Judiciary, Certificate Program, Certificate in Company Secretarial Practice, Certificate in Islamic Banking and Finance Law, and Certificate in Competition Policy Law. Log into our website at www.lawcenter.iium.edu.my or give us a call at 03-6421-4273 or at 03-6421-4374.
Billions of people in the world have no access to financial assistance. Borders in the system are designed to create barriers. Trusted establishments, they've collapsed over and over again, costing us hundreds of billions of dollars in losses. So, what's the solution? Today's world is riddled with new initiatives, all produced with the intention to deliver a solution, from the grassroots startups to the multi-million-dollar organizations to unicorns. Charities aim to make a difference, to uplift mankind, to rid the world of hunger, poverty, and unnecessary dust. Trillions of dollars are poured into charities worldwide. But where do our donations go? Think about it. Finterra introduces the Waqf chain, the future of Waqf. Blockchain technology harnessed to crowdfund the development of Waqf initiatives. Waqf chain delivers you total transparency, security, and immutability for all of your transactions. For centuries, Waqf has been an integral part of Islamic society. Fintera's Waqf chain is designed and built to serve over 700 million people living below the poverty line. This allows the tracking of contributions made by users, institutions, and trusts from the act of giving to the realization of its benefits. Recognized as the world's first Waqf on blockchain, Fintera simplifies the act of charity, paving the way to a new world order. A world where generosity and voluntary giving is automated and trustable, where Waqf brings hope and optimism to the lives of billions. Waqf Chain is a global community of inclusion for the greater good of humanity. Join Fintera's Waqf Chain. Visit mywaqf.com and be part of the future of Waqf.
But both is also like follow. LinkedIn is follow. Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, just to share with you that we hope that
Sure, Sheldon, I didn't know what I thought.
Assalamualaikum, ladies and gentlemen. We'll begin today's session at around 9:20 a.m.
Sekejap. My laptop. Semalam balik anak-anak main terus.
Mic check 1 2.
Assalamualaikum. Assalamualaikum. Testing, testing, 1 2 3, testing. Testing, 1 2 3, testing, 1 2 3.
Dengan kasut or tak payah? Full kan? 1 minute. Kejap, I put this over here for now. Oh. Gelap lah sikit, but it's not that.
Mana sepeda? Come on, take photograph in this screen. You don't have time. Open. You got time, right?
Macam ni okey kan?
You can know. Well, what to do?
I cannot do 2 minutes.
Yeah. Right. Come on. Sepeda. No mask. 1 meter away. Not 1 meter. Ada food. Serious. Are we at the right place? For food.
All right. 1, 2,
No, sorry.
3.
Testing. No, we are doing it. Yeah, because of we show it immediately on the screen, so we are ready for action. Mana cepat?
Ya.
Hey, you are boss. Well, segan.
Okay. Very nice.
Pakai ke? Kejap. Tak pakai.
First tak pakai, then lepas tu.
First tak pakai.
Hey, call your boss. Hey.
Habis belajar.
Habis. Ambil.
Belajar.
Nah, Habis kena duduk sebelah.
Ada.
Habis dia duduk. Okey, nak komit. Boleh jadi apa calon untuk nak kahwin. Okey. Ya. Dah. Alright. Come with your personal shot. Come, no problem. Because we never get again. It's a joke. Come. Where's your Madam Korea? With me, alright, no problem. Very dangerous. Once report to IGOR. Sure, my pleasure.
1, 2, 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, the Iranian sister come and they will take for you. Don't be shy. He never come. I'll be in the middle. No problem. Okay. All right.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2.
Are you smiling?
Yeah. Okay.
Protect me.
So Pharisee and Chief to do the debating, so they won the Yala first. Yala got. But I don't know if you know what. Yes, sir.
I'm going to introduce the keynote speakers in MCV, right? Yes. Oh, good. Excellent. Penny yang kata, tak nak. Moderator tak nak. Terlupa.
Because pagi ni semua keynote kan.
Ada present dia. Ada nice. Take it photograph. Lawa. Ni apa sungkit pada Pekanbaru tau. Pekanbaru. Habis itu Anal. Sungkit. Sungkit.
Banyak koleksi alhamdulillah.
Ni yang tak jek.
Lepas.
Lepas tu you can use it for function.
Buat macam
Langgar. Yang ni Malaysian.
yes, this is a Malaysian design.
Tu buat tak air ni. Dia jual.
One more minute dah start.
Okay. Alright.
Everyone back.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of the ninth Global Waqf Conference. Yang amat berbahagia Tuan Yang Terutama Tun Datuk Seri Utama Ahmad Fuzi Abdul Razak, Yang di-Pertua Negeri Pulau Pinang, Honorable Tan Sri Dr. Muhammad Daud Bakar, President, International Islamic University Malaysia, Honorable Datuk Dr. Muhammad Ghazali Muhammad Noor, Convener, Global Waqf Conference, Professor Dr. Farid Sufyan Shuaib, Dean, Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, IIUM, Honorable Associate Professor Tok Puan Dr. Noor Asiah Muhammad, Director, 9th Global Waqf Conference, distinguished keynote speakers, the representatives from Global Waqf Conference strategic partners, university academics, administrators, and postgraduate students, participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome all of you back to the 9th Global Waqf Conference 2001, organized by the Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws and Harun M. Hashim Law Center, IIUM, in collaboration with Fintera, University Tun Abdul Razak, Al Madinah International University, the Waqf Center for Indonesian Development and Studies, and Islamia University of Bahawalpur, Pakistan. Without further ado, let us raise our hands together for the dua recitation, followed by the IIUM song.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahilladzi ja'ala awwala yawmina hadha salaha wa awsatahu falaha wa akhirahu najaha. Wassalatu wassalamu ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man ihtada. O Allah, we beg thee all of good things which pertains to this day and days hereafter. You have bestowed on us the greatness of your ni'mah, in which we could never imagine, and you have protected us from harm when we cannot detach ourselves from it. We have done deeds in which only you have the knowledge of its good or its bad. O Allah, on this glorious day, we express our gratitude to you for allowing us to attend this international webinar on this auspicious day. We seek your blessings for a progress of this event from the beginning until the end. Make it a stage for further prosperity and progress, and be of great benefit and contribution to the development of our people in Malaysia and the whole of the Ummah. O Allah, make the days that we have gone through continue with your mercy and end with your guidance and forgiveness. And also make the days we have gone through with guidance and end with victory and excellence. Make us a responsible intellectual and grant us valuable knowledge that will be beneficial for mankind in order to gain your mercy. Open the ways for opportunities that benefit our nation, country, and the whole of the Ummah. O Allah, bless us with your tawfiq and hidayah for us to continue to do good deeds that receive your pleasure and a harmonious life that you bless. And guide us to greatness, peace, glory, and prosperity in this world and the hereafter. O Allah, we seek your might to safeguard our physical self so that we continue to worship you. Safekeep us so that our hearts are filled with love. Please open our hearts so that we seek you always, just like how you open the hearts of those who are righteous. Please place us among those who keep to their promises and able to fulfill our responsibilities. Please make our life a witness to all deeds that you have enjoined us to do, O Allah, the most gracious, the most giving. اللهم اجعل جمعنا هذا جمعا مرحوما وتفرقنا من بعده تفرقا معصوما. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين والحمد لله رب العالمين. تقبل الله منكم.
Let's lead the way, lighten the future, share the wisdom to the spirit of Islam. Revelation and reason shall excel, shall prevail. Merging faith and knowledge, the Khalifa, we will fulfill the amanah. Together we make the world a better place. Forever expand the culture of Iqra. IUN is to realize the meaning of Ramadan lil Alamin. Together we make the world a better place. Forever expand the culture of Iqra. IUN is to realize the meaning of mercy to all worlds for
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, without further delay, please allow me to introduce our esteemed third keynote speaker, Dr. I.R. Imam T. Sabtono of Badan Waqf, Indonesia. Dr. Imam graduated from bachelor to doctoral degrees at Bogor International Agricultural University with a concentration on institutional economics and agribusiness. His professional careers has ranged mostly in banking with various positions, including the Vice President of Corporate Secretary Bank Permata, Deputy Non-Organic Growth Project BNI, Compliance Director Bank BNI Sharia, Business Director Bank BNI Sharia,
Can you unmute yourself?
Here.
Yeah.
Dia kena pakai ni. It's okay. Okay. President Director BNI Sharia, He is actively teaching as a lecturer in the Master's and Doctoral Management program at the IPB Business School. He has been appointed as Commissioner's PT Cipta Pila Persada Waqf Company, President Director PT Trihamas Finance Syariah Waqf Company, co-founder and commissioners of Rakamin Digital Academy Edu Platform, founder Talanta Hasanas Institute Strategic and Islamic Corporate Culture Consults, deputy chairman Badan Waqf Indonesia, and associate producer film 212 The Power of Love and Haya 1 and Haya 2. Let us all welcome Dr. I.R. Imam T. Sabtono of Badan Waqf Indonesia with his speech entitled New Era of Waqf Ecosystem in Indonesia. Please welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir amri wa hludatan min lisani yafqahu ma ba'du. Your Excellency, all government and state official that I cannot mention one by one, as well as all IAUM academic community, distinguished panelists, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to express my gratitude as well as an apology for Professor Nuh as the chairman of Indonesia Waqf Board, who was unable to attend because there was a previous agenda that could not be cancelled. And allow me as vice chairman to represent him. Okay, I will sharing the presentation first. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it is undeniable that the peak of Muslim civilization is always supported by the great practice of Waqf. History records that after the Waqf of Umar, their plantation, and Usman Well, Waqf also pioneered the establishment of the oldest hospital in the world. At least 4 of the oldest hospitals in the world came from Waqf. The prosperity experience in the era of the Khalifah Umar Abdul Aziz, which was marked by the absence of the mustahiq, were entitled to receive zakat, could be achieved by the support of Waqf, which was run through the Baitul Mal institution. I mean that zakat infak sedekah Waqf or Islamic Social Fund playing an important role in the mainstream of economy of the state. The Western world, especially Europe, must admit that the establishment of their universities in the result of copy and paste from university in Baghdad, Egypt, and Cordova, which are based on endowment funds. Not to mention the construction of the Hijaz railway infrastructure mega projects, and also the glory of the money Waqf institution in Turkey based in the city of Bursa. Ladies and gentlemen, as part of the social financial instrument, Waqf plays a role in maintaining the stability of the economic engine. The concept of Islamic economics recognizes 3 interrelated economic subsystems, namely the real sector, financial sector, and social sector. All 3 sectors are connected by a belt that must not be broken, which ensures that the rotation of the wheels of the economy in each subsystem goes hand in rhythm. The prohibition against gharar, maisir, riba, monopoly, etc. aims to ensure that the belt is still there and does not break, while the role of the social subsystem will be to maintaining rational stability by reducing and distributing tension to protect the belt from breaking. As an illustration on the left side, we can see how the linkage between the real and financial sectors in the conventional economic system has been separated, where the accumulation of the rapidly growing financial sector doesn't reflect the magnitude of the value of goods and services produced by the real sectors. This phenomenon is called the bubble economy. Back to the Waqf sectors, recently in Indonesia, a new movement and revival of society has been born, namely Waqf. We call it a new era of national Waqf. This is shown by a number of facts, including the Waqif element. A collective awareness of Waqf grows. This movement is driven by the educated millennial generation. Awareness of Waqf is starting to appear in all segments of society, from academics, employee, government official, student, and etc. Waqf assets are also increasing diverse, which was originally dominated by land. Now they are familiar with cash waqaf link sukuk, insurance benefits waqaf, stock waqaf, and etc. Likewise, the variety of contracts that were originally known as waqaf were only known to be eternal. Now people are starting to understand and know that the existences of temporary waqaf, which were originally, the second is about ikrar waqaf, which were originally written in hard copy form, nowadays can be proven electronically or digitally. In terms of asset management, Nazir began to realize the importance of increasing professionalism and competencies. Optimal value creation and good waqaf governance practices are key factors in building a public trust. Nazir is also required to be able to have the capacity and mastery of the digital field in order to target the millennial market. Perhaps one of the biggest achievements today is the implementation of the Nazir certification, which began in November this year. From the side of the beneficiaries or Waqf Alaih, it is becoming more and more complex. From which they were originally passive, now they are more active and demand improvement to the quality of programs that are more impactful, creative, and innovative. In order to answer this challenge, we have realized one of them in the Ahmad Wardi Waqaf Hospital, which developed the programs which will be discussed later. Another new era is marked by the beginning of awareness that collaborate and integrate between Islamic social finance, represented by Badan Amil Zakat and Nazir Waqaf Institution, and groups of commercial financial institutions, especially Islamic banks, in working on a Waqaf project together. However, the positive trend found earlier is still not strong enough to be able to change the performance of Waqaf in general. The management of Waqaf asset is still dominated by traditional Waqaf asset or Nazir. And then the asset is still dominated by mosque, musola, madrasah, and graves. However, the trend remained positive. During 2021, from January up to October, the increase in Waqaf asset has grown by around 5.9% in terms of land. However, we admit that the development is still suboptimal due to the limited collection of money that can be used to develop the Waqaf asset. Therefore, this small momentum must be maintained and developed so that it can encourage a significant change. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the challenges that caused the momentum of the new era of Waqaf to slow down is about literacy. National Waqaf literacy is considered in the low category. These figures is far below the literacy level of zakah. The next challenge on the literacy side is to shift the paradigm of Waqaf in the minds of the people, which was originally exclusive, like the ivory tower, into a regular transaction that can give birth to habit. This can be done by internalizing Waqaf into formal curriculum school, subject to be taught to students from elementary school. This slide describes the end-to-end process of Waqaf transaction. It turns out that it can be simply be analogized with the input and output model approach. Here it can be seen that Nazir play a fairly dominant key role in the success of Waqaf transaction, with three main tasks, namely mobilization of Waqaf asset, secondly, management and development of asset, and third is distribution of result to the beneficiaries. That is where the role of Nazir is like a bridge that connects the Waqif with his Waqaf property and the beneficiaries. The performance of a strong and sturdy bridge will increase Nazir confidence to want to transfer his asset through the bridge. It must be admitted that currently in Indonesia, 66% of Nazir Indonesia are still dominated by individual Nazir who are traditionally and hereditary. On the other hand, the institutional Nazir is still dominated by the expansion of the Amil Zakah institution, which only has the competence to mobilize and distribute benefit, so that the development of Waqf asset is still limited. Badan Waqf Indonesia, as an institution established by law, one of which duty is to carry out the guidance and development of Nazir together with the Ministry of Religion, has just completed the Nazir certification program. This program refers to the stipulation of Nazir Indonesian National Performance Competency Standard, or SKKNI, as a reference for the implementation of certification. So it is hoped that by requiring all Nazir in Indonesia to take certification, the professional quality of Nazir will increase. In order to implement the program, Badan Waqf Indonesia has established a certification body that will continuously educate and ensure the qualification of Nazir competencies in Indonesia. Another strategy to maintain the momentum of the birth of new era of national Waqf is to build synergy between People's Asset Manager, for example, Badan Waqf Indonesia, Badan Amil Zakat Nasional, and BPKH, or Hajj Fund Institution, or Tabung Haji in Malaysia, which have joined together to work on a number of national Waqf projects, including hospitals. Badan Waqf Indonesia and these partners are trying to duplicate the Ahmad Wardi Hospital expansion, which was successfully financed by using the Cash Waqf Link Sukuk instrument. The following is an illustration of the financial engineering carried out for the Rumah Sakit Ahmad Wardi Hospital development. From the result of Cash Waqf Link Sukuk Series 001, around 50.8 billion rupiah was collected.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stay in the room. There are some technical issues faced by us. Okay, Alhamdulillah. Dr. Imam is back, Alhamdulillah. Dr. Imam, your microphone is off, I think.
Okay, it's okay? It's already here?
Yes, it's fine now.
Okay, thank you. Currently, Rumah Sakit Ahmad Wardi is buying land for the expansion of its hospital facility, in addition to using the profit obtained, and the hospital with Badan Waqf Indonesia is mobilizing community Waqf for its development needs. Okay, I have a wait a minute. I cannot run the slide. Okay, it must be, I think I have a trouble with the running slide currently. So I will It's okay with my set, okay.
Yes, Dr. Imam, everything is fine with your slides?
It must be admitted that even though the role of Waqf is increasingly real, until now it has not been able to have access to formal financial sources, especially Islamic banks. In order to reduce the gap between celestial instrument and conventional market mechanism, There are two main approaches, namely the push and pull strategy. Push strategy aims to encourage the presence of Waqf instrument so that they can be immediately implemented effectively to answer the challenge and needs of the community. While pulling strategy aims to attract Sharia institutions to reuse the Maqasid Sharia parameters as their KPI, key performance indicator. More specifically, the step referred to include increased literacy of all stakeholders regarding the concept and rules of Waqf, innovation and harmonization of regulation that can be accommodate Waqf transaction, encouraging the contemporary fatwa that rectify the understanding of Waqf in the millennial era, product innovation on Waqf instrument, increasing capacity and professionalism of Nazir by implementing Nazir certification program in parallel to encourage the implementation of the Waqf core principle and governance. Last but not least is forming ecosystem Waqf that involve the role of technology and institutional engineering. Finally, what we did earlier was an effort to build an ecosystem. The design of the ecosystem strategy that we will build is to connect the key stakeholders who have been separated, namely government, Islamic finance institution, zakat infak, Ziswaf institution, and the community. We must encourage Islamic finance institution to function as a locomotive in terms of collecting zakat infak, wakaf, sedekah, and providing financing for the development of wakaf asset. Therefore, in the future, Islamic bank must be encouraged as Nazir of cash wakaf. For Amil or Nazir institution, they must be encouraged to start synergizing superior projects on a larger scale so that they are able to produce wow effect for the community. The pattern of competition or musabaqah must be transformed into synergy or muawanah. Besides that, certification program, training, and upgrading also need to be accelerated, including governance aspects such as transparency and reporting. The role of community is directed as effort to socialize and increase literacy, both through formal education institution as well as informal education, such as scholars, parents, and etc., to foster philanthropic values to become a family lifestyle. Next, the government's role is a guiding system manifested in the provision of conducive set of regulation, pioneering the Waqf movement in the government's employee group, pioneering socially oriented national project on Waqf land, and etc. In order to build a modern Waqf ecosystem, Badan Waqf Indonesia is currently conducting a digital transformation, which is expected to be completed next year. And in the future, all Waqf stakeholders can be connected in one complete and versatile platform. As closing, the new era of National Waqf Indonesia, it cannot be separated from the phenomena of the demographic advantage. There are at least three main factors why Indonesia should feel optimistic about welcoming an Islamic philanthropy explosion in the 2030-35 to come. The three factors are, first, Indonesia has been named as the country with the highest level of generosity in the world. Second, Indonesia productive workforce is the second largest in the world. This implies that each individual has the potential to experience a cash surplus. And the third, conducted by Farke, on the perception of 20,000 millennial children in the 120 countries about the influence of religion on happiness. And it turns out that the highest number stating that religion will bring happiness is in Indonesia. So the combination of generous factor, cash surplus, and PT will usher in a philanthropic boom in 2030-35. Walau alam bisawab. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikum salam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, are we going to have a Q&A session? No. Okay. Thank you so much, Imam, Dr. Imam T. Sabtono of Badan Waqf Indonesia for that talk.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I now have the honor to introduce our next keynote speaker, Mr. Muhammad Lawal Maidoki. Mr. Muhammad Lawal Maidoki will be giving a speech entitled The Impact of Waqf Accruals to the Poor and Needy Amidst the Scourge of COVID-19 in Sokoto State, Nigeria, a case of SOZICOM. Before I invite him, however, let me introduce our esteemed speaker to you. Mr. Muhammad Lawal Maidoki is the Executive Chairman of Sokoto State Zakat and Waqf Endowment Commission, SOZICOM Nigeria. He is also the Vice President of Board of Trustees, Global Zakat Union, GZU, Khartoum, Sudan, the Deputy Secretary General West Africa of the World Zakat Forum, WZF, Jakarta, Indonesia. Besides that, he is also a member of the Board of Trustees of Islamic Education Trust, MENA, Nigeria, a member of BOT, Jaiz Zakat and Sadaqah Foundation, Nigeria, and member of Sultan Foundation for Peace and Development, Nigeria. Mr. Mohammed is also a member of Jama'atul Nasir al-Islam, a member of the Nigeria Supreme Council of Islamic Affairs and Secretary of CMC Transforming Irrigation Management in Nigeria Federal Ministry of Water Resources. In addition, Mr. Mohammed is also a member of the Nigeria Association of Technologists in Engineering and Council for Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria. Mr. Muhammad was born in December 1962, and he attended the Quranic School, Primary School 1968, and Secondary School in Sokoto in 1979. He studied irrigation engineering and obtained at the Polytechnic of Sokoto State, Birmin Kebbi, Nigeria, 1981 till 1987. He continued his studies to the postgraduate diploma in public policy and administration, Abdul Gusau Polytechnic, Talata Marafa, Nigeria in 2012. He then studied at a postgraduate level in civil engineering at Waziri Umaru Federal Polytechnic in Birdin, Kebbi, Nigeria in 2014. And he has a diploma in post-harvest management, Gimi, Israel, Bachelor of Science, Agric Extension and Community Development, Usmanu Danfodio University, Sokoto. He was the national president of the Muslim Student Society in Nigeria from 1993 until 1999. And he was also the national president, National Council of Muslim Youth Organization from 1999 until 2007. Besides that, he was also the national president of the Da'wah Coordination Council of Nigeria, 2003 until present day. He is also the project manager of the Wara Irrigation Scheme, 1999 to 2004, the project manager of Niger Valley Irrigation Scheme, Bagudo, Kebbi State from 2004 to 2009, project manager of Bakolari Irrigation Project 2010 to 2018. And he was at the Sokomo Rhine River Basin Development Authority, Nigeria, and a member of so many other committees and organizations in agriculture, da'wah, and community related at federal and state levels. He has now been appointed as the Sadaukun Sakweto by His Eminence, the Sultan of Sokoto Al Muhammad Saad Abu Bakr CFR on 14th September 2018. I have the utmost pleasure to invite Mr. Muhammad Lawal Maidoki for his keynote speech.
Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursaleen. Sayyidina wa Nabiyyina Muhammadin sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Rabbi sharh li sadri wa yassir li amri wa halul uqdatan min lisani yafqahu qawli. Wala hawla wala quwwata illa billah. Brother Chairman of this great occasion, other distinguished guests here present, my colleagues from far and near, distinguished brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I am glad that once again I'm invited to participate in the 9th Global Waqf Conference. I am very happy to be invited, and I pray Allah will bless the organizers and reward them abundantly, and all those who are participating in this year's Global Waqf Conference, and those who have participated in the previous conference, and all those who are assisting the cause of Waqf and Islam in general in all parts of the world. Alhamdulillah, the topic I'm asked to speak this year's 9th Global Waqf Conference is on the impact of Waqf accruals to the poor and needy amidst the scourge of COVID-19, a case study of SAZEC. Well, the new normal today has forced us to be speaking to one another from far distance through the Zoom, which we pray Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in His infinite mercy will see us through this trying moment and wipe out the coronavirus pandemic and protect us from any other disease of this nature or magnitude that consequently affect almost every aspect of your life. In particular, the issue of not meeting one another, but rather speaking through Zoom. It is not too bad that at long last we are able to continue speaking to one another. And I pray and enjoy the company of most of you from far and near. It gladdens one's heart to always meet faces of yours in the service of Islam. And I pray our final abode will be Jannatul Firdaus. Having said that, our situation with regards to the COVID-19 and the development of Waqf in Nigeria vis-a-vis the SOZECOM experience in Sokoto State will be shared with you through a very brief presentation, which, inshallah, I will give the introduction and then the situation of COVID-19 in Nigeria, and also what I consider to be a miracle of Allah to Nigeria vis-a-vis Sokoto State with respect to the COVID-19 pandemic. We are also going to discuss the negative impact of COVID-19 in Sokoto State vis-a-vis Nigeria as a whole. And of course, the impact of Waqf accruals, the needy and poor. We will also a little bit talk about the challenges and probably some of the plans for the future, if time permits. As far as the introduction is concerned, due to the spread of COVID-19 at an alarming rate, it has affected or imposed restriction and very tight one and movement all over, including Sokoto State, to curtail the virus from spreading. The COVID-19 also, as we all know, has affected millions of people and brought about stagnation of so many economic activities. Distinguished brothers and sisters, the economic damage brought about this pandemic is already evident and represents the largest economic shock the world has ever experienced in decades. The most affected people are the poor and the needy, because this pandemic negative impact, it added more pressure on the lives of the poor. In fact, Waqf accruals in SOZECOM have been used to provide so many services to the needy and poor during the pandemic, aimed at improving the standard of living. As a result, SODECOM, in collaboration with other partners, both within and outside the country, have embarked on Waqf projects, impact of which is going to be felt more in the long run, but has also addressed some of the immediate needs of the poor. SODECOM indeed, which I chaired, and SODECOM means Sokoto State Zakat and Endowment Commission, has leveraged the expertise of its people. In fact, over 75% of the people whom we work with and who are poor, they live in the rural areas and are agriculturally biased. Therefore, we launch Waqf intervention to do the 3 Waqf projects across the state, both solely and in partnership with local and international development partners. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 was first recorded in Nigeria on the 27th of February, 2020. And as at today, as I'm speaking to you, in the 20th of November, the scourge of COVID-19 is as follows. Let me remind you that Nigeria today is having a population of 206,139,587 people. But sample taken is 3,440,172. Confirmed cases of COVID-19 is 213,464. Active cases currently is 4,199. Discharged cases are 206,294. And we have a record of the death of 2,973. You can see the map of Nigeria with dots on some of the most affected states in Nigeria. One of them is Lagos, the federal capital, Rivers State, Kaduna State, Plateau State. But Lagos seems to be the home of the highest number of COVID-19 infection. Now, I want to present to you what I consider as a miracle of Allah in Sokoto State with regards to COVID-19. Why? The first instance of COVID-19 in Sokoto State was on Monday. So what I referred to as a miracle of Allah, because we recorded the first case of COVID-19 in April 2020. And since then, our mosques have never been closed till date, and our Jumat were observed in congregation. Our fellow citizens wear masks and wash hands regularly as instructed. And more than ever before, we dedicated more time in remembering Allah and praying for his intervention. And this resulted in, out of the 8,761 suspected cases of COVID-19, only about 0.03%, which is 810, were the samples of confirmed COVID-19 tests. But out of the confirmed cases, only 28 died. Out of the 28 that died, all the remaining were discharged. As I'm talking to you today in the isolation center, no COVID-19 patient is in the hospital line and receiving treatment. We thank Allah for this, alhamdulillah, but through the trajectory of all the problems attached to COVID-19 that we have envisaged, Allah has helped us to a large extent of having it almost what I can refer to as the minimal. Apart from that, I also the COVID-19 issue in Sokoto as it is, I would like also still to mention some of the negative consequences or negative impact of COVID-19 in Sokoto State, because the topic is addressing that of Sazecom experience, and Sazecom means Sokoto State Zakat and Endowment Commission. Well, it has happened everywhere. So also here, the closure of the airport, the border, because we are bordering Niger Republic, we are bordering Benin Republic, and many other states. And then also the sharp, increase in the price of goods and services, including food items, which actually contracted the purchasing power of people in the state. And there was crumbling of micro, small, and medium enterprises. There was very serious travel restriction even within. And then the slash of worker salary by private, not even slash, some private institutions like schools cannot even pay salary anymore. And there was issue of downsizing the business that led to loss of so many jobs. This is not only in Sokoto, it is all over the world. But that of Sokoto is even what I can refer to as a minimum. This impact is not only on what I've mentioned, but in addition to shelter, in addition to education, in addition to health, in addition to job creation, in addition to business empowerment, in addition to issue of water, as well as food and many others, became a serious issue of concern in this part of the country as it is in many parts of the world. However, through this trying moment, we have also witnessed, the era of giving out, because that 20th April also coincided very close to Ramadan period. So there was so much to give out by people in terms of sadaqah, in terms of infaq, in terms of waqf. And part of it is through the pandemic. Nonetheless, we have gotten some Waqf scholarship by Al-Bukhari International University, Kedam, Malaysia. We have also gotten the KMB scholarship from Indonesia. We have also gotten scholarship also from Muhammadiyah in Indonesia. And then we have also had some educational scholarship as well from the Wise House of Turkey base. Over 1,000 benefited from our educational support, ranging from primary to tertiary institutions here at home. This is also something that we have recorded, that even when we are not in COVID-19 era, we have not had such very impactful Waqf interventions in Soseko. But alhamdulillah, these are some of the things we have. Next, you can see some of those things in terms of empowerment. There was so much cooperation, so much efforts, and there was also the issue of the Sosecom Dangote Foundation support through the Cash Waqf, the Casbo initiative. It was really a turning point to so many women in terms of using the chicken and local chicken to grow their business, distribution of sewing machines, as you can see, distribution of goats for multiplication by orphan mothers and other vulnerables, financial support to 205 petty traders during the COVID-19 as palliative, entrepreneurship of vocational training and which include tailoring, cooking and makeup, etc. Then there are also other collaboration on financial inclusion of the people in the rural areas through the Kakale Sozecom collaboration of the financial inclusion. And of course, cash transfer to orphans in IDP camps and also in the vulnerable areas. These pictures indicate some of this milestone achievement of Sozecom during the period of COVID-19 as part of the accruals from the Waqf funds. There is also the issue of health. We have just finished partnership with physicians across the continent, and there are other missions with Qatar Charity and other outreach among ourselves with Islamic Medical Association. And of course, even the launching of a new Waqf hospital within the Sokoto metropolis in the capital city of Sokoto State. We have prescribed drugs. We have attended to so many patients. As at now, more than 7,000 people benefited from such patients. There were also free eye surgery by both Qatar Charity and other individuals who came to support this noble sacrifice and noble assistance to the needy within our catchment area. There are also issues of psychiatric patients. They have also enjoyed this support from the Sozecom, that is Sokoto Zakat and Employment Commission. In shelter also, we have witnessed the building of 150 houses, which Qatar Charity under the Waqf system are building for the poor, and also to provide other services of the poor that include schools, hospitals, and central mosque, and other services which we believe will improve the lives of the rural areas. The governor, the Sultan of Sokoto are all part of this occasion. If you remember last year, His Eminence the Sultan attended the 5th Global Waqf Conference, 7th Waqf Global Conference in KL. And alhamdulillah, even though today we cannot travel to KL easily for the conference, we hope next year, inshallah, it will be physical. There is also the issue of food palliatives. You can see the kind of food distributed and given, especially to the women who are the most vulnerable. They have orphan, and they are, some of them divorcees, some are widows, so they need much care and assistance, which we all believe, according to Islam, or the tradition of Islam, and also international convention. The other also aspect, the aspect of job creation. So many jobs has been created, and so many people have been served, especially through the 3 Waqf system, which is waxing stronger and stronger for the benefit of all. More than 6,000 hectares of agro-Waqf land has been acquired right now, and the efforts are being made to plant it all with date farms, trees, mango, orange, moringa, tamarind, etc. This agro-Waqf business or agro-Waqf intervention is meant to address more than 500,000 people in the state in the very near future. And other projects include the Islamic Education Center, Sozecom International Conference Center, leather processing company, granite processing company, etc. You can see the chart for yourself later. If there are questions, we may entertain them. Issue of water. Water is life. Therefore, Sozecom has made effort alone and in collaboration, including the staff that work in the commission. We were able to raise some cash Waqf converted to water wells and also to schools, and also build the mosque. There are other services, especially the less privileged, in terms of helping the needy with ease their transport, ease also during the Eid al-Adha. We provide prisons, we provide mattresses for the benefit of the needy, especially within the rural and urban areas. You can see some of the summary of this intervention that has been carried out. The relief assistance, the business empowerment, health assistance, education over the years of the 2020. Well, of course, there are challenges. Nothing just come without challenges. Inadequate, cooperation of people in Waqf program because of low level of their knowledge, and importance of people on the on the inherent benefit in the Islamic social finance, especially Waqf. That we have to do a lot. It's not only Waqf, it applies to school, it applies to other modes of financing, Mudaraba, Murabaha, Ijara, etc. And there's also inadequate of human resources. This is, in fact, where we need partnership with advanced Waqf organization and institutions. They can help us to grow by helping to train our personnel on the approach of administration and the management of work. There's also the issue of need for training and retraining of the staff in-house to improve our capacity in delivery of this important service. Now, the agro-Waqf propagation in the 23 local government is what we would like to achieve in the future, because the topic is also talking about, the future. So if we are able to do this, it will definitely help in reducing absolute poverty for over 25% in Sokoto State, there 2025. Then formation of Zakat and Waqf Youth Volunteer Group, call them ZVOC. They are also agent of propagating Waqf and within the rural area. Then the strengthening Zakat and endowment student volunteer. These are basically Waqf projects in schools that we have just started, and we want them to metamorphose to cooperative Waqf. And then more enlightenment through quiz, essay, debate, competition among students are what we have done the maiden edition, and we want to continue so that we can instill in the mind of the young ones the importance of Waqf and what Waqf can do in building society and solving a lot of problems, including poverty, as it has done before. Then collaboration with institutions such as Usman Danfodio University and other training and tertiary institutions for customized courses on Islamic finance and especially on Zakat and Waqf. This also, we are looking for partnership with universities that have advanced on this, and it can help ours to grow in the same field of energy. Establishment of rural, Waqf and other educational Waqf, newly married couples, Waqf for education, Waqf for offer livelihood. All these are important Waqf aspect that we are bringing the kind of, invented or product that will benefit the Ummah immediately and also in the long run. Then of course, the crown funded through cash Waqf. Now, since majority of the scholars have accepted the cash Waqf, we want to propagate the idea of this crowdfunding. Crowdfunding is easy because it can be done through the digital or the internet, through our cell phones and other facilities. But at the same time, even the smallest person who cannot afford much money can afford very little. That very little put together, myself, yourself, and others, then we can be able to build, greater. Thank you very much for this golden opportunity to Soseko. We have been your friends, and inshallah will continue to remain as your friends. We are so much happy with your efforts, despite all the struggle, all the challenges with regards to COVID-19. You have been able to organize this forum. We are very happy, and we pray Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will accept the little we have done and see us through it once again, so that next year we can meet, see eye to eye, and then express our brotherhood and sisterhood. And may Allah reward you abundantly, and see you next, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi
Walaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Jazakallahu khairan kathira, Mr. Muhammad Lawal. And it is truly hoped that SOSICOM will flourish despite all the challenges that is faced by Nigeria and by the world now. Ladies and gentlemen, before I introduce you to the next keynote speaker, I would like you to request from you to like our Facebook page at GWC 2021 and join our LinkedIn page at Global Waqf Conference. All the highlights and presentation slides will be shared there. So if you have missed out on any sessions, inshallah, it will be uploaded on our Facebook and LinkedIn pages. Thank you. For the next keynote speech of this conference, please allow me to introduce you to Dr. Attar Mahboob. Professor Dr. Attar Mahboob is the Vice Chancellor of the Islamia University of Bahawalpur, Pakistan. In addition to teaching and research, over the last 25 years, Dr. Attar Mahboob has performed IT consultancy assignments from many reputable organizations in the public and private sectors. His consultancy assignments have included PTCL, Pakistan Security Printing Corporation, People's Steel Mills, Institute of Bankers Pakistan, EFU General Insurance, Dubai Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and many others. In addition, Dr. Attar Mahboob founded the Ibn Khaldun Systems in 2005 and has undertaken more than 100 industrial projects in the financial, manufacturing, services, and defense sectors. I now humbly invite Dr. Attar Mahboob, Vice Chancellor, Islamia University of Bahawalpur, Pakistan, for his speech entitled Waqf as a Tool of Social Finance in Higher Education.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Waqf as a tool of social finance in higher education. Global Waqf Conference Chairperson, distinguished guests, and academic and professional participants, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First of all, I would like to thank International Islamic University Malaysia for holding the Global Waqf Conference successfully for 9 years. It is a matter of immense pleasure for Islamia University Bahawalpur to represent Pakistan for the first time in a global Waqf event and be a part of event as a collaborator. I perceive it to be an excellent learning opportunity for our students as well as faculty members who are engaged in the process. Although the word Waqf is not specifically mentioned in the Holy Quran, yet there are many verses which inspire Muslims to donate and give charity, to obtain piety, righteousness, and foremostly the closeness and love of Allah Almighty. Allah says, and perform a salat and give zakat and lend to Allah a goodly loan. And whatever good you send before you for yourselves, you will certainly find it with Allah better and greater in reward. Surah Muzammil, Ayat 20. In retrospect, the use of Waqf money was common, especially during the period after the reign of Khalifa Khulafai Rashidin, namely Umayyad and Abbasid dynasties. During the Umayyad and Abbasid dynasties, Waqf was used as a public welfare fund for the development of infrastructure and for educational institutions, libraries, and paying salaries of employees. In addition, Waqf money at that time was used to pay the faculty and administer scholarships. Due to the high interest of the community, a special Waqf office was established to exercise control so that management was under the authority of the judiciary. Later, during the Abbasid dynasty, there was a Waqf institution established and known as Shadr al-Wuquf. The purpose of this specialized institution was to supervise administration and hire staff for managing the Waqf institution. Waqf in Pakistan. The Waqf Ordinance 1962 states, Waqf means the permanent dedication by a person professing Islam of any movable or immovable property for any purpose recognized by Muslim law as pious, religious, or charitable. A hadith quoted by Hazrat Abu Huraira, may Allah be pleased with him, is usually referred to by Islamic scholars as the basis of the institution of Waqf in Islam. He reported Allah's Messenger Muhammad, may peace be upon him, as saying, when a man dies, all his acts come to an end, but 3, recurring charity, or knowledge by which people benefit, or a pious son who prays for him for the deceased remain. Subsequently, 4 different Waqf ordinances were promulgated, one each for the 4 provinces in 1979. The main objects of the provincial Waqf departments were to take over the administration and control of the Waqf properties in order to ensure better management of the properties, to improve the standard of religious services, and to ensure that incomes are used for the original purposes, and to enhance religious education. Now coming to Waqf and higher education, the greatness of the Islamic Waqf institution was so impressive and effective that it was emulated by the West, which rebranded Waqf in the forms of foundations, trusts or endowments. Oxford University and Cambridge University in the United Kingdom, as well as Harvard and Stanford in the United States, are among many top-tier universities which are founded on endowments with a well-established fund. Harvard University, for example, is reported to be one of the richest universities with endowment assets worth more than $30 billion US. In recent years, overall cost of education in Pakistan has been on the increasing trend, despite intervention from the government in the form of grants and the Asas programs. In general, parents, guardians and students alike face the burden of ever-increasing fees to enroll in higher education learning institutions, while the universities themselves also face increasing costs to operate and provide quality education. Realizing the possible forthcoming scenarios in the current education industry of Pakistan, the Islamia University of Bahawalpur carried out its MOU with Ihsan Trust, which is a Waqf-based institution, to offer student loans based on Qarz-e Hasana scheme. Ihsan Trust Fund is a Waqf which was established in January 2010, made through separate Waqf deed and registered as a trust under the Trust Act of 1882. Mizan Bank established Ihsan Trust as an independent trust or Waqf to eradicate poverty from the society. Ihsan Trust raises funds through 2 sources, which include charities from customers and donations from other Islamic banks and Islamic asset management companies. It is one of the largest private Waqf that focuses on the following objectives: A. Interest-free loan or Qarz-e Hasana facility for higher education. B. Education and skill development. C. Rural development, health and hygiene. D. Immediate relief to the affectees of any natural disaster or calamity. E. Rehabilitation and other community building services. F. Establishing and operating of orphanages. G. Providing funds for the marriage of poor girls. H. Assist indebted poor. I. Islamic microfinance. The main donors of this Waqf include the Mizan Bank Limited, Islamic banks and Islamic financial institutions, Al Mizan Investment Management Limited, National Bank of Pakistan, National Fullerton Asset Management Limited (NAFA). The Islamia University of Bahawalpur has envisioned to follow the model of Jamiatul Azhar, which utilizes Waqf funds to offer affordable education to all. The objective of the university is in line with the SDG number 4 of ensuring sustainability in higher education and promoting means of facilitation for public-private partnerships with an altruistic perspective. In conclusion, the traditional institution of Waqf in Pakistan is due for massive restructuring. Whereas the usage of traditional Awqaf has been limited to religious institutions such as mosques, shrines and graveyards, philanthropic services are being provided through hybrid Awqaf which employ the modern organizational forms of trust and registered societies. Such hybrid Awqaf provide myriads of welfare services including microfinance, interest-free loans to students and entrepreneurs for startups, health services, education services and funding for research and development. However, the number of such institutions is quite less and the scope is limited. The university, being hub of innovative thought, would like to invite and facilitate academics and practitioners to sit together with ulama to develop innovative models of Waqf finance based on public-private partnership to promote affordable education in Pakistan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Akhtar Mahboob. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the first panel session for today. Before we begin, however, let me first introduce you to our respected moderator, Professor Dr. Sharifah Zubaida Said Abdul Kadir. Professor Dr. Sharifah Zubaida holds a Bachelor of Laws honors in IIUM, Master of Comparative Laws, and Doctor of Legal Science from Bonn University, Australia. Dr. Sharifah Zubaida is a professor at the Civil Law Department, Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, International Islamic University, Malaysia, having served as an academic staff since 1994. She teaches land law to third-year law students and is an associate editor of Insaf Journal of the Malaysian Bar. She was also the former director, International Center for Waqf Research, ICWR IIUM from 2014 to 2017. Professor Sharifah is currently actively engaged as legal consultant in IIUM Entrepreneurship and Consultancy Sdn Bhd for the projects on research and drafting amendments to the Housing Development Act 1966 and regulations, research and drafting of an Act of Housing Development on Waqf lands, research and drafting of the residential tenancies, research and amendments of laws relating to Farmers Associations Board Lembaga Pertubuhan Peladang, and Farmers Associations and research on proposal to re-establish Regional Development Authority for Dara and Jengka in Pahang. Before we begin, however, ladies and gentlemen, we will share some videos with you.
The Harun M. Hashim Law Center was established in July 1997 and started its full operation in 1998 under the auspices of the Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, International Islamic University, Malaysia, to offer selected academic programs and specialized training courses in various disciplines of law in the course of promoting lifelong learning. We offer continuing legal education, mainly for professionals from various professions seeking to improve and broaden their knowledge in various disciplines of law, legal research, writing, and enhance professional competency. Our mission is to produce graduates who are outstanding in their knowledge and technical competence and are committed to participating in socio-economic development processes. It seeks to design and deliver social justice promotion and training programs aimed at facilitating social service delivery and undertake legal research. Our vision is to be a center for continuing legal education in Malaysia, Asian regions, and the world, renowned for outstanding teaching and intellectual rigors for bridging the discipline of law with other professions, governance, administration, and management, driven by commitment to the pursuit of justice and service to humanity. Here in Harun M. Hashim Law Center, we offer master's programs such as LLM in International Law, LLM in Islamic Banking and Finance Law, LLM in Business Law, LLM in Administration of Islamic Law, Postgraduate Diploma, Diploma in Sharia Legal Practice, Diploma in Administration Islamic Judiciary, Certificate Program, Certificate in Company Secretarial Practice, Certificate in Islamic Banking and Finance Law, and Certificate in Competition Policy Law. Log into our website at www.lawcenter.iium.edu.my or give us a call at 03-6421-4273 or at 03-6421-4374.
billions of people in the world have no access to financial assistance. Borders in the system are designed to create barriers. Trusted establishments, they've collapsed over and over again, costing us hundreds of billions of dollars in losses. So, what's the solution? Today's world is riddled with new initiatives, all produced with the intention to deliver a solution, from the grassroots startups to the multi-million-dollar organizations to unicorns. Charities aim to make a difference, to uplift mankind, to rid the world of hunger, poverty, and unnecessary deaths. Trillions of dollars are poured into charities worldwide. But where do our donations go? Think about it. Finterra introduces the Waqf chain, the future of Waqf. Blockchain technology harnessed to crowdfund the development of Waqf initiatives. Waqf chain delivers you total transparency, security, and immutability for all of your transactions. For centuries, Waqf has been an integral part of Islamic society. Finterra's Waqf chain is designed and built to serve over 700 million people living below the poverty line. This allows the tracking of contributions made by users, institutions, and trust from the act of giving to the realization of its benefits. Recognized as the world's first Waqf on blockchain, Finterra simplifies the act of charity, paving the way to a new world order. A world where generosity and voluntary giving is automated and trustable, where Waqf brings hope and optimism to the lives of billions. Waqf chain is a global community of inclusion for the greater good of humanity. Join Finterra's Waqf chain. Visit mywaqf.com and be part of the future of Waqf.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, we are now at the panel session. We are fortunate to have with us in this session 4 prominent speakers. The first is Mr. IR Mohaimin Iqbal, CEO Green Waqf Indonesia. Are you there, Mr. Mohaimin? Can you just give me an indication that you are listening to us and can respond? Mr. Mohaimin, or perhaps he will join us in a bit. The second panel speaker is Mr. M. Fateh Yücel, Independent Board Member, Kastamonu Investment Turkey. Are you there, Mr. Fateh? Okay. The third panel speaker is Datuk Nik Mod Amin bin Nik Abdul Majid, Chairman, FCA Capital Sendirian Berhad. Datuk Nik, are you here with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nik. And our final speaker, 4th panel speaker, will be Professor Dr. Wan Muhammad Azizi Wan Sulaiman, Vice Chancellor, PCOMS International University College. Can you give us an indication whether you are here?
Salam. Yeah.
Waalaikumsalam. All right. We will, inshallah, be giving about 20 to 25 minutes each, for each panel speaker to share with us the presentations that you have agreed to share with us. I would like to call upon our first panel speaker, Mr. I.R. Muhaimin Iqbal, who will be speaking about green Waqf role in the net zero economy. Let me introduce Mr. Muhaimin first. Mr. I.R. Muhaimin Iqbal is a graduate from University of Oxford, focused in blockchain strategy. He has been appointed as chairman of Gerai Dinar Group since 2008, founder and chairman of PT Natural Resources Indonesia since 2015, chairman of the board at Institute of Bioeconomy Science and Technology since 2020, and CEO of Green Waqf at Indonesia Waqf Fund Foundation since 2015. In 2021, he is also, he has been appointed as the chairman of the New Energy Asia. And without further ado, we would like to invite Mr. Muhaimin Iqbal to share with us in relation to the most innovative, I think, type of Waqf that we are seeing in the world today, which is green Waqf, the planting of trees and revitalizing dead land. MashaAllah. Tafadhal.
Thank you. Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My voice is received well. Test. Hello.
Yes, you can proceed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay. First of all, thank you for this very honorable opportunity for me to share the experience we have here in Indonesia about the green Waqf role in the net zero era. Why it is very, very important nowadays to talk about Waqf, particularly related to what have been agreed by the more than hundreds global leaders early November in Glasgow, UK. Basically, all world leaders agreed to achieve net zero by year 2050. Basically, more or less on that year, the world going to be net zero. Then this is important to Waqf, this kind of agreed target is what is the significance to the Waqf industry. You know that's basically what the essence of net zero is actually two things. First is to reduce what we call it do the best, basically to reduce as much as possible the emission of carbon dioxide. And then whatever we do, there will be still there some emission of carbon dioxide that we need to remove or compensate it with by what we call it carbon removal activities. And what is the carbon removal activities is actually the most basic thing about carbon removal activities is that planting trees, because trees can absorb the carbon dioxide and process it and produce it with the fluid, with stem and so on, and release oxygen. So only trees that is naturally can absorb carbon dioxide from the nature with the most effectively and then also the cheapest way to do that. The other thing that we can do to remove carbon also by technology. But technology is very expensive, at least nowadays, still very expensive. And we don't yet know that what is the impact of this technology to carbon reduction. We develop some technology also for, let's say, for cryocooler, for example, to freeze the carbon dioxide and so on. But that's a lot of effort need, a lot of research need to be done and so on. So planting trees is the only thing that now is reasonable that we can do it now, and everybody can do it. So, but only planting trees in arid zone that otherwise unplanted, that considered to be the genuine carbon removal. So you cannot cut trees in the forest and then plant it with industrial trees. That's not considered to be carbon removal because that forest is already green already. So we must plant trees in bare land. Basically, the only considered to be carbon removal is when you can plant trees in the bare land, and otherwise under utilized or unutilized land. Go ahead, this. Go ahead, this. So this is what we are going to do, or what we have been doing in the past few years already, but become more and more significant nowadays because of this net zero thing. This is a rough scenario. That's the emission of carbon dioxide will still going up for the next few years before it's really going down. And then by year 2050, the target is basically the emission is fully compensated by the planting trees. So that's what we are doing now. And we in Indonesia, for example, we have 14 million hectare lands. That is what we call it critical and supercritical land. Basically, it's arid land that's now is not utilized and underutilized. And I heard from friend in Turkey that you have, for example, in Turkey up to 51 million arid land, for example. So all of this now, up to now at least, all of this arid land is problem because it is not generating any income, or it's not creating wealth in those areas yet up to now. But in the next net zero era, then this critical land, arid land, become the next growth area, because removal carbon will be very valuable thing and very expensive thing that we can do. So the next growth area is those area that now still arid land and bare land. In Islamic countries, we have 57 countries, half of the globe. The eastern part is Indonesia, the western part is Morocco. Most of it is bare land. Most of it bare land. That's why those 57 countries in Islamic countries or IC members only contributing 15% of global GDP because of this condition. But this is the opportunity that we can develop this into green era by planting special trees that can grow well in very arid land. That's what we have been doing is basically select particular trees that can grow well in the arid land. In our friend in Turkey, for example, you have arid land that's because people cannot plant this tree in that because the water or the land is high salinity. This particular trees we have is very suitable for this salinity water. Even we can grow up to the shore land area, so we can grow that with our particular trees. So we use this tree basically to green the arid land as well as to remove the carbon dioxide. Next, please. Next, I cannot. Okay, so this is the mechanism that we are going to do with these carbon removal activities. So basically, we absorb carbon dioxide. And why it's need Waqf? I explained why it's need Waqf. Because our 15 million area, for example, 14 million hectare area is well spread throughout the countries. And it is because of this arid and bare land in remote area, so it's not economically feasible for people to plant those trees yet now. So that's why the importance of Waqf, because our people, willing to plant this without considering any economical benefit yet up to now. Why we willing to do this? Because the encouragement from Rasulullah SAW saying basically that if you plant trees, you will get reward until the end of the day, until of the end of the world. You will get rewarded until that's enough for us. That's enough promise for us to be willing to plant trees wherever into remote area that we never go there. We're willing to do that because of this encouragement from Rasulullah SAW. So this is the two methods of carbon removal. Is first, the lower part is the planting trees, and the above part is the technology. As I said earlier, the technology is very expensive. Now yet we are developing this, but now not ready, and we expensive research to be done and so on. But the bottom one, the greening tree one, is now already done. As we have trees in many area in Indonesia, and we also spoke with people in Saudi Arabia, for example, because Prince Muhammad bin Salman have Saudi Green Initiative that they are planning to plant trees for 10 billion trees in the next 10 years in Saudi alone, and will be 50 billion trees in the next 10 years in the whole peninsula. So that's a plan. We also communicate with friends in Turkey because in Turkey you have 51 million, and we already have the details sent by your scientists there and confirmed by our scientists here that basically we can plant trees of this particular trees in your area. The trees that's basically special proposed to be planted in very, very arid area even. Next, please. So this is the trees, that the benefit of the, why we select the trees, this particular trees, because if we use these trees, first is because it can grow in the very arid land. It's not compete with agricultural land for food, because it is we targeting the arid land that so far not yet planted, and also not compete with forest, because now no forest there. So this is, and the tree itself have very, very high yield, because the trees can be produced, the seed of the trees can be produced into feedstock, into biofuel, into pharmaceutical good, and so on. So we have developed many products based on this. So the Waqf fund that being allocated to these planting trees has become more and more multiplier effect, because it creates economy, greening the earth, and also developing a good economic return. Next, please. So this is the product of this our Waqf the trees. From there you can see the seed on the top, and then the high value product like perfumery, medicine, and so on, and also low value product, but the large volume is for biofuel, the next generation of biofuel that's not competing with food, not competing with agriculture land, and also we produce feed, protein, high protein for feed that's can utilize into from this seed remainder. Next, please. So this is what the big issue in the world is, the fuel. So from these trees, the most important thing, and because of the volume, is the largest volume of the trees product is for biofuel. Biofuel, we can develop into biodiesel as what we are know now, but biodiesel has a limitation because it still contain oxygen. So the energy content is a little bit lower and need a totally different infrastructure. So we developed another technology that basically what we call it, or International Energy Agency call it drop-in biofuel. Basically, it's green hydrocarbon. So exactly the same like diesel, like gasoline that already in the market, but it's renewable. So this kind of biofuel can be generated from this particular tree's seed. Next, please. So this is the scenario that's for in Indonesia case, for example. If now you know that in Indonesia we import a huge amount of fuel. So if we want to do to get the resource to increase our fuel production through the normal channel, which is fossil fuel, then this is the route. The bottom one, this is the route. But at the same time, we can do the green effort. For example, by planting these trees. You can see from the time scale that's actually planting trees to produce fuel like this, planting this to produce fuel like this. This is the product that we develop, for example, much faster and much cheaper. A part of it is green and renewable compared to exploring the fossil fuel. But why it's not now in the mainstream yet? Why? Because it's more on the political trading. Because the oil and gas industry is already huge industry. So what happened if now suddenly come a competition that is from green renewal and so on? that can be cheaper and also more suitable for Indonesia with 17,500 islands. And then they will start losing grade to the market. So that's why it's not easy for us, new player in the oil and the renewable industry, to compete with big giant that already in the market for almost a century by now. So this is more on the trade and political trade problem rather than technological problem. Technological wise, there's no problem at all to produce exactly the same gasoline, exactly the same diesel, even exactly the same LPG with this renewable material. So it's more on the trading issue rather than technical issue. Next step. This is the other issue that's important thing that you may know, that you may aware, that's very recently toward the net zero issue that rise by this more than 100 global leader very recently. Before that, the world market, in particularly in the banking and the insurance sector, they have agreed what they call it net zero banking alliance, for example, and also net zero bank insurance alliance. For example, that basically these two important pillars for the economy, banking and insurance, both of them have agreed that basically they will not support any longer for those industries that still release the emission. At least they will provide support if they have the initiative to reduce the emission. What is meant by this alliance basically? Basically to push from the financial sector that this industry that they are supported must be aware and must have a program, must be comply with net zero target. So this is the important thing of Waqf. That's who going to do this at the beginning, before, for example, before the insurance industry managed to basically collect adequate pool of fund to start planting trees. So before they doing anything, we already do it by planting trees. So when they want to provide cover, the investment is good direct to the investment is in the replacement of what we are doing earlier. So this we are talking with numbers of insurance players globally now. That's we will put this planting trees attached to takaful and attached to banking, that we should be able to develop a better ecosystem to encourage people for the green industry and comply with Waqf thing. Next. And this is also if we combine with what we call it bank insurance. Bank also have the same. Bank will not release fund to industry if there is no insurance protection. So bank must work closely with the insurance industry to make sure that their clients, their debitors, they must comply with net zero activity before they get insurance cover, and just by then the bank can support. So this is the mechanism, what we call it net zero bank insurance. Again, this is the important role for Waqf, is because when they start to plant trees and just release a fund, then take quite some time before a company or industry can be supported by bank. So we are planting trees first, and our tree is already growing, then when they need this kind of support, they just buy our trees, buy the emission reduction from our trees, and pay us the contribution, and we plant again more trees and more trees. So that's what the mechanism of this net zero bank insurance related to our green Waqf activities. Next. That's enough. Next. Sorry, that's maybe the end of my slide. Basically, that's what I'm trying to say is basically that's it is important now for us to start thinking about greening the desert, greening the arid land. We do have a proposal to greening the desert that we provide, that we submit to Saudi government through their embassy in Indonesia, basically because we know that the Prince Mohammed bin Salman have this initiative, and we are the Indonesian company who submit this proposal. Basically, we have the technology to cleaning the earth, to cleaning the desert, because of we have this particular plan, and also we have the other technology that's to support this initiative. And also, we also send a similar proposal to Turkey through our contacts, because we know that in Turkey you have 51 million arid land, about 3.6 times than what we have in Indonesia. And I believe the other countries, in these 57 Islamic countries, we have the similar problem. The first is problem with the target of SDG, target of net zero, and the other thing is problem with the growth of the economic and the need for the renewable, not only fuel, but also renewable feedstock for pharmaceutical, for industrial feedstock, and so on. So we do need this, and Waqf can play an important role by planting trees. Our tagline of this Green Waqf is basically plant trees, save life, because by planting trees we do provide to keep oxygen production, clean air. At the same time, we remove the carbon dioxide from the air. So that's the end of my presentation, and thank you, and we're willing to share further during question and answer thing. Thank you. I provide the time again to give to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. IR Muhaimin Iqbal, for a most interesting presentation, which is definitely in line with climate change policies and laws at the global scale. We hope to see some very robust development in this area of Green Waqf, inshallah. That will now bring us to our second speaker, inshallah, Mr. M. Fateh Yuchel. Allow me to introduce him. He is a PhD holder in business administration on strategic management and behavioral finance from Yildiz Technical University, Istanbul. He started his career as a business intelligence analyst in 2011. Since 2015, he rose in his career as managing partner in Ali Enterprise Financial Solutions brand, Istanbul, at the Republic of Turkey. He also has been appointed as investment director in ICAR Consultancy Services Company in Istanbul, and is currently independent board member of Kastamono Investment Sendirian Berhad, Malaysia, and board advisor of various companies, for example, Erin Motors, etc., at the Republic of Turkey. He will be presenting on innovative viewpoints and global integration in sustainable community development. And with that, we invite Mr. Muhammad Fateh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Estimate moderators, estimate panelists, and dear participation. First of all, thank you for invitation. I had the opportunity to share Waqf management culture in my country, Republic of Turkey. In order to use my 25 minutes effectively, I go directly to the presentation. For excuse. Okay. Okay. Again, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. In my presentation from past to future, I will talk about foundation management approach in the Republic of Turkey, and I will reinforce this with case studies. My presentation flow is on the screen. About past, about present, about future. About past, overview of Waqf culture, status of Waqfs in Turkish studies before the Ottoman Empire, during Ottoman Empire, and practical example. And last one, Sayyid Al-Haj Müderrisi Karim Ali Efendi Family Waqf. It's my family Waqf. And presentation, about presentation, the Waqf ecosystem after proclamation of the Republic, popular type of Waqf, Waqf University with best practice and tax-related advantage and legal power of Waqfs, Shashaban culture Waqf. And then about future integration to global, and active change, ESG and integrated reporting, and then socio-economic development, grow, share, manage the void. And last one, testimony investment. Everything starts with culture, and the culture develops behaviors. The beginner of the foundation culture is Hazrat Ibrahim. Firstly, he was going to sacrifice his son Ismail for the sake of Allah, and then he built the Kaaba for the sake of Allah, and he dedicated the Kaaba to the believers to worship. According to our opinion, the first Waqf in Islam begins with dedication of the Kaaba by Ibrahim. Because the Kaaba is a dedicated building, Waqf for Allah. And again, in addition, institutionalism and the permanence are very valuable for the foundation culture. For example, Hazrat Umar radiallahu anh, the symbol of social justice, is the owner of the first foundation voucher in the Islamic civilization. Actually, it is best practice in good governance. Honestly, this is part that the relevant research know better than us. Let's remember Allah's comment together. And when it's said to them, donate from what Allah has provided for you, the disbelievers say to the believers, why should we feed those for whom Allah could have fed? If He wanted to, you are clearly astray. Yasin 47. Status of Waqf in the Turkish states before Ottoman Empire. Islamic foundation culture in Turkish history begins with Sultan Saltuk Burahan, 932. After his accepted Islam in Kashgar, Xinjiang, Uyghur Autonomous Region, science, he donated the mosques and madrasa, and they were destroyed. Only his tomb has survived to the present day. The second important foundation person or Waqf woman is Sultan Muhammad Alparslan. His many foundation works are available in Khorasan and Merv. Also, he is conqueror of Anatolia. Now, please focus. Anatolia was conquered in 1071 but the foundation, you will see, but the foundation in Anatolia was established in 1048. How? Before the state comes, it makes the people love itself. Actually explains why he come. The third important person of foundation is Nizam al-Mulk. I love him, author of political science, author of political science books. The founder of Nizamiye Medrese in 1091. They were largest Waqf university of the medieval world, where in Baghdad, Amul, Basra, Bel, Herat, Isfahan, Mosul, Nishapur, Iraq, Republic of Iran, Islamic Republic, so much where. Abu Ishaq al-Shirazi, al-Ghazali are a few of professors in Nizami madrasas. The fourth important foundation person is first Izzettin Kaykaus, the Sultan of the Anatolian Seljuk state. The state was established after separated Great Seljuk Empire. His Waqf assets are still standing. For example, Şufaye Medrese. It's one of the oldest hospitals in the world that has survived to the present day. Yeah. Without doubt, the most important period in the history of Turkish foundation is the Ottoman Empire period. The Ottoman, why and how became a foundation civilization? This is our most important question, and it has 5 answers. The most comprehensive and most important answer is the first answer: to earn Allah's approval. Second answer: to be permanent in conquered lands. As an example, to the second answer, Ottoman foundation in the Balkans, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serbia, or Kosovo, or Algeria. And traces of the Ottoman can be shown. To raise the level of socioeconomic, sociocultural of citizens in empire. The third answer is essential to create a prosperous society and become a superpower. And then sultans, and then to protect their property from being confiscated. Sultans ordered to wield. Robert. Skip. To raise the level of socioeconomic, sociocultural of citizen empire. The third answer is essential to create a prosperous society and become a superpower. I say that again because it's so important. And then sultans order to wealthy status. The fourth answer is an agent problem solution. The sultan makes the wealthy statesmen order to spend money for the benefit of society. Yeah. And last one, to protect their property from being confiscated. The fifth answer is the method used by those close to the sultan. If you are so close to the sun, you will get burned. If you stay so far from the sun, you will freeze. Sultans are like the sun. Yeah. Again, now it's important to maintain balance and defend your family. So good. I will tell you about one of the best practice examples. She is a real foundation person, and his book of deeds is still open. Her name is Bezvalem Valide Sultan, second Mahmud's wife. She dedicated works in Mecca and Istanbul, such as a university hospital and a medical school, primary school, high school, and still serve humanity. You can see her Waqf assets on the screen. Hospital, school, Galata Bridge and Foundation, Fountain, mosques, yeah. Her seal on the left and the trust deed on the right side. Gedik Ahmed Pasha without Waqf, an ordinary case. In this case, it's an example for the fifth answer. Gedik Ahmed Pasha had gone to conquer Italy with the order of Fatih. He had conquered Otranto in Puglia, in Otranto. He had prepared for the conquest of Naples and then Rome. As you know, Rome is a flat land. Therefore, the defense line of the castles is weak. And you know, so cycling is fun, riding bike. Fatih Sultan Mehmed Han had wanted to arrive to the Roman gates after Hannibal of Carthage. He wanted to be second person and conquer the center of the Crusaders. Yeah. Mishap happened. You know, that mishappens. And Fatih Sultan Mehmed died in GWC before any conquer. Second Bayezid had called Gedik Ahmed Pasha back to Istanbul. Second Bayezid was oldest son of Fatih. Yeah, but the Pasha had not come to carry out the order to conquer Rome, but had returned when his supply had been finished. Bayezid had been thinking that this adventure, his authority, second Bayezid had ordered the execution of Pasha. He also attributes this disrespect to the fact that he is a supporter of Cem Sultan, is the youngest son of Fatih. With whom he had been fighting for the throne. In the end, Pasha had been executed and all his assets had been confiscated as Sultan. Bayezid, who regrets what he has done after a certain period of time, huge land in Aydın in Turkey, was donated to Gedik Ahmed Pasha's family by second Bayezid, because second Bayezid was regretful for confiscating his Waqf's property. Dangerous for Sultan, because Allah protects Waqf assets in our opinion. And then this is our family foundation. As Sayyid Al-Haj Müderris Kerim Ali Efendi, other names, Hatipzade Family Waqf. This is our family foundation. It was founded in 1653 by my great grandfather. After the proclamation of the Republic, most of our men in the family were martyred in Turkish War of Independence. So my family was left without a man, and our Waqf assets was transferred to be General Director of Foundation. However, I would like to share with you two critical elements the foundation did. I saw the foundation did. So the first is about revenue management. 80% of income goes to living family member. I say that this is our family foundation. This is a Waqf. The second, 20% of income goes to charity. Probably is for madrasa, because he's Müderris like an emeritus professor. Family members with madrasa education is so important. Critic point for me. Family members with madrasa education will receive more income than others during their education. Educated, non-educated. The second is about the selection of leaders. The chairman of the Waqf was chosen not the oldest among my family, from among the most educated. And then you can be seen in the following exams that my great-great-great-great-grandfather give importance to education, because he was an emeritus professor. And let's come to today. I will talk about the Waqf ecosystem after proclamation of the Republic. In Ottoman and Seljuk times, every foundation had income models, financial models, to ensure its own sustainability, restoration cost, working capital, etc. After the proclamation of the Republic, the assets of 52,000 Seljuk and Ottoman Waqfs, known here, were transferred to the General Director of Foundation. Also, the shares of the General Director of Foundation in Waqf Bank were transferred to the Wealth Fund, Turkish Republic of Turkey, Wealth Fund, and the Treasury of State with the presidential decision in 2019. It is working to increase its revenues with its initiatives. For example, Waqf Olives, USA on the my screen. The company or foundation operate and sell their olive and olive oils to all regions in the Republic of Turkey. Again, donated by Bezmi Alem Valide Sultan. In addition, the General Director of Foundations has 99% shares in the Foundation Participation Bank. Other 18% shares in the Kuwait Turkish Participation Bank and partnership with Turkey İş Bankası and other company, Waqf Energy Joint Stock, Construction Restoration Joint Stock, Taksim Launching Joint Stock. Just popular type of Waqf University practice. It's so important for me and my nation. I just talked about the importance of education. I would like to add that education should not be focused on profit. Now, I would like to ask you whether it's ethical to establish a foundation to establish a profit-oriented private university. On the other hand, let's look at it in terms of being both a university and a foundation. The first question is, how many students do you teach without paying any money? Are you profit-oriented or education-oriented? For example, in Fatih Sultan Mehmet Waqf University, 1 out of every 5 students has a full scholarship, and 70% students benefit from scholarship. On the other hand, in the second part, the measurable success of a university depends on my publication in Q1 and Q2 level journals. This means that science was produced in there and science is spreading. Tax-related advantage and legal power. Exemption from corporate and income tax in foundation activities. Actually, Waqfs contribute to public duties with foundation activities because Waqfs support government with public service. The critical issue from 1968 to 2021, 300 foundations have been granted a privilege by the decision of the presidency or the council of ministers. Your donation to the 300 listed foundation can be dedicated from your company's taxation amount. Waqf assets are unforeclosable except Tier Hood. Yep. And then Shashabani Culture Waqf. The Shashabani Culture Waqf was established in 1996 by grandfather and 5 of his close friends. This foundation is a social engineering foundation, conducts sociocultural studies, university professors give seminars to local people on a variety of topics. These studies, called Science Wisdom Table, have been moved to digital media due to pandemic. Our vision is to convey the views and truths of Hazrat Shashabani Wali to all our religious brothers, sisters, and humanity, especially the youth without any intellectual discrimination. Our mission is to spread the love of science in the Islamic geography by organizing didactic conferences, publishing and competitions in the fields of religion, history, culture, and other social science to determine and to meet the physical needs of the Pir Shashabani Wali complex. And then, if you are wondering who is the Shashabani Wali, Hazrat Shashabani Wali is founder of the Shabaniya path in Halwati Tariqah. Hazrat Pir was law professor at Sahne Saman Medrese in all time, like Oxford University. Sahne Saman Medrese was in Istanbul before. And then I will say again, Hazrat Pir was law professor at Sahne Saman Medrese in Istanbul before entering to Sufism. You can search our Waqf service via Instagram or web. I believe you can see the publications we have prepared for academic the public and children. We access to so important for me the future. Yes, I know I have a little time. I passed to be integrated to global and active change. To be integrated to global isn't global integration. How? Hazrat Umar radiallahu anh says, those who don't lie as they believe begin to believe as they lie. Active change means change from us to the ecosystem in the management literature. Passive change means change from the ecosystem to us. From the ecosystem to us, from us to ecosystem is so important difference. Can active change be stronger than passive? Yes, of course. So our corporate motto, so Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, so Allah gave them the reward of this world and the excellent reward of the hereafter. For Allah loves the good doors. Ali Imran 148. Firstly, we need to know sometimes, know what before know how. Everybody knows wild capitalism is harming us and our environment. We state ourselves that we are Muslims, but we earn money like non-Muslims. The same. From where? From where is the taqwa? Let's teach each other ESG. What is the ESG? ESG, environment, social, and corporate governance, refers to 3 key factors that measure social impact and sustainability of an investment in a company or business idea. Integrated reporting is a type of report that describes not only the financial status of companies, but also their contributions to the ecosystem. In fact, It is a tool for ESG companies to access financial resources. Finally, you can't tell anything without reporting. What is the impact investments that have both a financial return expansion and a positive impact on the environment and or society? It is leaving donations because of expectation of financial return. It is preferred by investors to make a positive impact other than making money. Its most important benefit is socioeconomic and socio-cultural development. And then, now I will talk about our method, customer investments method as a basic step. Socioeconomic development, grow, share, manage development. Step by step, I will tell what is our management approach for preparing tailor-made regional development strategy, determining regional social dynamics, evaluating opinion leaders' tolerance, so important, examining the qualified employment rate, and then determining the source in the region. 5, sharing the potential regional development strategies prepared by us with mayor, governor, and the chairman of Chamber of Commerce to conceal. And then investing company valuation 1 year after investing. Discounting sale of is so important. Discounting sale of max 20% of the company's shares to local people, and then independent audit and measuring impact with expertise 2 years after investing. Partnership with impact invest fund, and then capital increase, and then transferring management shares to Waqf is human capital, so important for us. Transforming from founding shareholders to salary investment manager. Our strategy is generally. And then to consolidate, I will visually share our completed, exited, and planned investments. For example, Ilgaz, Nefes Villas are one of my favorite projects in the Ilgaz National Park with its walking paths, sports fields, and a small waterfall. Textile manufacturing for Koyku Textile Factory, textile manufacturing for Iranian in oil-free zone to Turkey's development in the textile sector, renewable dimension park. And then co-working space have gained popularity in Ukraine and Europe's numbers. One software exporter, and then that is a company operating in healthcare technology. You can see our planned investment in the coming years on the screen. Nefes Ilgaz here tourism facility in Kastamonu, permissible plant from industrial hemp and endemic plants, Chankran, inshallah, and renewable energy cooperative Kastamonu and Sinop. It was planned by us. And then our strategic mission 2-year plan. In our 2-year plan, we continue to work on debt-based crowdfunding and share-based crowdfunding for companies in need of core capital. Mass development is very important, our management approach. And international strategic cooperation is like a teeter-totter for us. So we are here, and you will be in the Republic of Turkey because localization. And then why we are here. So what we doing at this conference? On the authority Abu Hurairah that the Messenger of Allah sallallahu sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, when a person dies, his deeds come to an end except for three: sadaqah jariyah, beneficial knowledge, and righteous childhood. Inshallah, one day we may hear the calling, Salamu qawlan min Rabbir Rahim, Salamu qawlan min Rabbir Rahim, Salamu qawlan min Rabbir Rahim. And then, thanks for your time. I know I spent 32 minutes. If you have any question or proposal, don't hesitate to contact with me. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Fatih, for sharing with us some best practices on past, present, and future management of Waqf in Turkey. Indeed, our second Global Waqf Conference was held in Istanbul in 2014, where we had already heard about best practices relating to past and present management of Waqf or foundations in Turkey. Today, it's value added. We heard about the future management of Waqf through elements such as ESG, integrated reporting, corporate governance, regional investments, as well as crowdfunding, using the experience in custom mono investments. You will be able to ask your questions at the end of the session, to any or all of the four speakers through the chat screen. We welcome your questions later. Meanwhile, I would like to introduce our third speaker, Datuk Nik Amin bin Nik Abdul Majid. He is chairman of FCA Capital Sendirian Berhad. He will be speaking about, Datuk will be speaking about digitalization of Waqf Bank, an approach for shared prosperity. He holds a bachelor degree in economics from University Malaya, and Datuk Nik has vast experience in banking and investment. He started his career as bank manager at Maybank Berhad. He also has been appointed as general manager at Perbadanan Usahawan Nasional Berhad, PUNB, executive vice president at Perwira Habib Bank, general manager banking division at Perwira Afin Bank, CEO at BSN Commercial Malaysia Sendirian Berhad, independent non-executive director at the Nomad Group Berhad, and managing director at Metro Money Exchange. Currently, he is chairman and board of directors of FCA Capital Sendirian Berhad, chairman and board director of Capital Investment Berhad Bank Labuan Limited, independent non-executive chairman of AWC Berhad, director at CCR Networks Sendirian Berhad, and founder of FASK Capital Sendirian Berhad. Much experience in the financial sector. So without further ado, we would like to invite Datuk Nik Amin to share his views relating to digitalization of Waqf Bank.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh to brothers and sisters. The presentation today is on behalf of the Center for Policy Economic Research, which is an research NGO chaired by Datuk Mustafa Muhammad, and where the secretariat is FCA Capital. So any inquiry on the presentation material can be directed to FCA Capital on behalf of CEPR. The purpose of the presentation today is basically to share the needs to set up an additional institutional platform where the Waqf assets, especially with the rise of the popularity of cash Waqf, the needs of a banking platform to manage the institution, to manage the Waqf asset, especially the cash Waqf. And the idea of Waqf Bank, I think it started with the first Waqf banks in Turkey, as you've seen in the earlier slide by the earlier speaker, the Waqf Catholic Bank is the first Waqf bank set in Turkey a few years ago, funded by the IDB, and there were many statements issued interest of other countries. It's mentioned Bahrain and many parts of Islamic world, the intention to set up a Waqf bank. So today, I think the idea of a Malaysian banking system for timely to introduce the concept of Waqf bank. My presentation probably will be divided into three parts. And the key why I put this quote is because the team that is doing the paper for submission to our central bank for the license worked within a very short 3 weeks to complete the submission. And their commitment is basically driven by these two quotes by Rumi. Just to get through it. So this is the one that is driven our team working so hard to make history in Malaysia for the proposal for a Waqf bank. Next. I will go to the first preamble presentation so that we can understand where do we come from. Where do I come from and my team come from when we prepare the presentation so that we can probably limit to this approach within this short period. As I said, this is not a scholarly article, but focus more on the possibilities and probabilities in the practical implementation of Waqf bank concept under the existing IFSA, the Islamic Financial Services Act framework in Malaysia. Second, this is my personal thoughts and my team members' inputs, a journey of me, a fakir, retired old banker, struggling entrepreneur with a high expectation for a refreshing Islamic finance system. Three, the presentation will shy away from the engagement on the legal framework, but will approach and focus more on the spirit of Waqf to reset and to re-energize the Islamic finance as an answer to the global financial challenge within the Islamic community. We hope that Waqf Bank is able to deliver a new sense of purpose for the Islamic finance sector, avoiding the form and focus more on the substance and the content, instilling spirit of Waqf beyond Islamic branding and commercialization of Islamic form. 5, due to the extensive dynamics working in the global financial system, our approach will currently focus on each local environment. The one like Waqf Chameleon Bank will focus on the environment in Turkey, and us, the Waqf Bank, will be operating starting within the Malaysian domestic environment, and therefore the paper will be presented in the context of Malaysian environment. To restate the sense of purpose of Islamic finance is to strengthen credibility and transparency in the management and mobilization of Waqf instrument and asset, especially cash Waqf, through the existing Islamic banking framework for socio-economic development of Muar. I will take through the paper. All the paper actually governed by this first one slide. We'll start with first to reset and restate the sense of purpose of Islamic banking finance. Second, to remodel the capitalization structure. Third, as you can see in our next presentation, watch out for few keywords. I'm going to just keyword because we have 39 slides and we have only 30 minutes or 20 minutes. The capitalization structure you watch out is the word is not a shareholder centered, but it will be ummah centered. So that is the key. The Waqf Bank will be focused more on ummah centered rather than shareholder centered. Number two, capitalization frequency of Waqf Bank is continuous as often as collection of deposit. So there is no specific time where we actually increase our capital, because the flow of Waqf Fund will continue to add on the capitalization. Third area is the innovation of financial tool and instrument. There need to be some redefinition and realigning some of the banking and financial instrument. For example, would you classify term deposit, long term, probably 5 to 10 years, as a deposit, fixed deposit, or you classify as a semi-capital in the capitalization under term Waqf? Can it be included as capital or as deposit? So there is a lot of redefinitions within the context of the innovation of the introduction of new financial instrument. Then talk about redefining risk model and accounting standard. So areas of new engagement, such as, would you define Islamic finance defined by the existing conventional and Islamic banking term as small as saying that to qualify for a finance, you must have 3 years financial record? That kind of terms and condition in the existing practice, would it be not applicable to the Waqf Bank? Because Waqf Bank will more concentrate on the Ummah and look at the capability of the Ummah rather than the historical perspective of the company. So these are things that, though look small, but will be the basis of the new view and new set of framework for the Waqf Bank. Fifth is the strategic formulation of bank business model. So we, in our paper, you'll see soon, focus more on the principle of the building block behind the business model. 6, strategic modeling of the socio-economic development framework. So you can see that by having this new institution, we can move into much bigger scope, broader aspect of Waqf asset. Things like beyond property, things like shares, things like trademark, monetization of trademark, new form of cryptocurrencies, and so on. 7 is to look at redefining customer segment. We have been living on the existing segmentation of customer. And along the process, you'll see that we may introduce 1 or 2 ways of segmenting our customer, because we are focus-based Waqf Bank. And moving forward, model for wealth creation and wealth distribution. And 9 is finally creating, after each country having their own Waqf Bank, is to link up to create a new global Waqf Bank network, just like other banking network. And within the context of this, we'll be focusing on probably 8 areas of retail banking, business banking, financial and business advisory, payment system, investment banking and project finance, fund management, global trade facilitation, and takaful. And the paper today will probably is summarized under this one slide. Next. So the section B is basically, we run through the main paper that we actually submitted to our central bank in June. And we are waiting for a good news, inshallah, in the first quarter of next year. And as you can see in the context of Malaysian environment, the principle and the values of Waqf Bank, I just put it into 5 areas of wealth creation, distribution, bank for shared prosperity, inclusivity is just not for Muslim. It gone beyond. I mean, it include non-Muslim. It include universal values, and the foundation, the strong foundation, is the duty and obligation to Allah and society that will drive Waqf Bank, and of course, justice and fairness. And all these values are just in line with our government goal. And you can see in our government goal in the 12th Malaysia Plan and the budget are in line with our values and principle of Waqf Bank. As you can see in our government goal, the wealth creation and distribution to create self-reliance ummah. Shared prosperity initiative encompassing 3 dimensions under the 12th Malaysia Plan. One is economic empowerment. Second is environmental sustainability and social re-engineering. And 2021 national budget, philanthropy economy to implement fiscal policy, Waqf-linked communities as the third sector after public and private sector as the engine of growth. A national Waqf master plan will be established by the government to ensure more efficient Waqf management and asset mobility within the future. And of course, enhancing the existing banking My Waqf program under IB. The historical aspect of Waqf in Malaysia, I think it started with the very disintegrated informal Waqf organization. Later on, it was consolidated under Majlis Agama and proper legal framework was passed. And then later on, the setting up the Yayasan Waqf national, and then in the private sector, the development of corporate Waqf by 2 or 3 corporate Waqf institution, where the latest is Felda Waqf, I think it came in through. But what's next? So, and we see because of the rise of cash Waqf, where a lot of closer management and accountability and credibility, we believe that the banking framework of IFC is fit enough, good, actually, to start with for the first Waqf bank, where it will have the concept of Waqf put inside, the concept of technology, the latest, everything is based on technology, the digital. For this particular license that we actually apply is actually for digital license, one license without branches. So it's all operated at one center based on digital platform. Third, the existing banking framework. It will provide a close management and integrity of the system governed under Bank Negara. And a bank, being a bank, is well entrusted by the public. So I will not go in detail, but of course, the first thing is, as I said, is inclusivity, irrespective of economic class, race, and religion. It encompasses 5 principles of Maqasid Sharia within the context of human well-being, religion, life, intellect, lineage, and property. It will be governed by that. It will be ummah-centric rather just shareholder-centric. And the biggest strong proposition of Waqf Bank is actually the spirit of Waqf within the Muslim community locally and globally. And as I said, continuous contribution of Waqf fund into dedicated Waqf-led Islamic bank to ensure a very strong capital base and provide stability to the banking industry. We just taking an example, if 9.8 million who are joining the Quranic Waqf Hour contribute 10 ringgit a month, will be collecting almost 1 over billion a year. So that's how strong a capital base of a Waqf bank in future. In line with the government goal, we create a self-reliant society and create the third sector in the contribution to the national GDP. being digital, the conversion of technology, the conversion with telecommunication and banking services with data and AI, and development platform, we can actually reach bigger and wider geographical area to serve the unserved and underserved. And it be very cost effective because it's run on digital. We are actually, in our financial projection, we see that the cost revenue ratio will be about 20 to 80. Basically, for a normal conventional bank, they can go as high as 40 or 50 cost revenue ratio. And of course, the technology provides speed and efficiency and convenience. So this technology also can actually create a fresh initiative. It can actually expand the definition of Waqf asset, and the technology can actually look at digitalization and monetization of the Waqf asset. We talk about fractional property. We talk about monetizing trademark and patent, and it's unlimited. The expansion of the economic value on the Waqf asset will be huge. And being bank, I think it will be well entrusted entity and already accepted by Muslim and non-Muslim. And we will not go beyond the IFSA. It will work within the IFSA framework. And the principle of Waqf will apply to every step of the operation. As I said, from capitalization to the collection and mobilization into the development of banking instrument, and then the operation of the bank, including the culture, the corporate culture, and the welfare of the workers, and of course on the distribution of profit of Waqf for beneficiaries and development of Waqf assets. So the vision is big. We would like to create a global network of Waqf digital bank. And of course, the mission pioneering the establishment of the world first I sit here in Malaysia because it's digital. First Waqf Islamic digital bank, where the principle of Waqf are combined with technology as a catalyst for revival of Islamic banking renaissance and rejuvenate the world Islamic civilization. What are the objectives? As I said, we are going to establish third economic sector. We call it Waqf linked companies to support government sector and private sector companies as engine of economic growth by setting up an innovative enterprise Waqf management ecosystem with financial and banking ecosystem on innovative technology platform. Probably our target, you see 30% of the country's GDP should be contributed by Waqf linked companies. And of course, we want to promote a self-reliance community by mobilizing and utilizing community endowment and Waqf fund for socio-economic development. So inculcating Waqf mindset on the saving and wealth creation culture for the shared prosperity within the T20, M40, and B40 groups. To be one of the implementing vehicle for the government plan Induk Waqf National mentioned in 9/11 and Budget 2021. To carry out strategies toward the unlocking the Waqf asset and Malay Reserve land. To act as one of the custodial institution to ensure continuity and sustainability of Waqf owners, family trust, state trust for its land, asset, mineral deposit, where the government 4 months ago launched Plan Transformasi Mineral Negara 2021. To look at PPP, Initiative for Public Utilities for Future Generation, the word future generation. To promote innovation, Islamic finance through research, development, and training on digital Waqf and global reach. Who are we going to serve? The unserved and the underserved. And then who are the answer? Due to location, these are the people who cannot get the kind of banking services. The uninformed group, those limited by technology, the income level and age. And the underserved is quite huge. This is a gap. The gap between what the customer want, what the bank offer. In current circumstances, I just want to keep one situation. Normally, many bank goes into one fit for all services. As a result, there is a gap between what is the expectation of the customer and what the bank to offer. That is number one area that need to be looked at. Number two, there are existing bank policies that they have this probably framework where unprofitable customer will probably be discriminated for some services because all this product for the unprofitable customer is under the one fit for all. So there is a huge potential of opportunity for Waqf Bank in the perspective of their mission that can serve the unserved and the underserved. So three core foundations of this Waqf Bank. One is the business model. As I said, it ummah-led. It is ummah-led and centric. Second, strong technology. And third is the faith, the sense of purpose, both customer and employees, in the belief in the spirit of Waqf. How would you look at the business model? We are looking at a very simple business model, looking at new segmentation. Let's look at our customer based on their Waqf awareness and educate and promote them to believe in the spirit of Waqf. So we develop customer at various levels. At the individual, we create Waqf link employees, Waqf link person, Waqf link student, and develop our instrument to meet all this. At the business side, we look at Waqf link companies, Waqf link SMEs, Waqf link cooperatives. And at the bigger side, the MNC who believe in Waqf spirit of Waqf, we create Waqf MNCs. Government public sector, GLCs, Waqf link GLCs that contribute to the Waqf development. And we work into developing fee-based income, fund-based income, investment-based income, takaful. We develop platform for intermediation and aggregation services. We build customer value proposition based on the new customer segmentation. The first to ask is, what are the key success factors of Waqf Bank? Oh, sorry. Let me go into what we are creating. These are the new segments that we are looking at. Waqf community. Look at Waqf link institution, Waqf link company, Waqf link employees, Waqf link person, Waqf link family, Waqf link university, Waqf link student, Waqf link school, Waqf global organization, Waqf link co-ops. How we segment this and educate and give awareness to create our own dedicated customer base. Next. What are the key success factors? Is the market ready? We believe yes, in Malaysia. Public sector, we see that in the budget and the Malaysia plan, the government has listed down the focus on Waqf. So the government is ready to support. Number two, the registered and unregistered Waqf institution, masjid, sekolah tahfiz, and many others, we estimated there be about 44,000. 3, the already contributors to zakat, sedekah and infak. For example, Mawib alone, contribution increased from 189,000 to 339,000 in 2019. So people are actually contributing to infak, zakat, and wakaf. And there is a lot of growth in the private initiative in the unlocking of value of private wakaf assets. Yeah, there are already moved to develop wakaf asset into commercial and so on. And the interesting part is when we look at the Karangkraf program under Active Mina Wakaf and the World Quranic Program. And they are within 2 years have 9.4 million followers. And as I said, even for the purpose of just infaq for Quran, they collected more than 16 million. What more, there is a bigger objective of creating our own Muslim Waqaf institution like bank. Each of them contribute 10 ringgit. We can collect 9.8 million ringgit a month as capital of Waqaf Bank and 1.2 billion a year. And in the world, I think Turkey Waqf Katilim Bank has formed the first Waqaf bank, and we were informed that this is the best performed bank in Turkey for the last 3 years. Islamic bank performance. So what are the value proposition within 10 years? What do we want to achieve for Malaysia within 10 years? One is 10 million Waqaf savers. And if an average of probably 100 ringgit per saving account or per current account, we can have 10 billion deposit. You look at Tabung Haji, I think probably 90 billion asset base. We talk about achieving to serve the underserved and the unserved, the B40, M40. And this Waqaf bank given by the government, if so, will be the first government legacy to actually create the history of Waqaf bank, the first Waqaf bank, digital Waqaf bank in the world. Our concept of affordable housing. If Waqaf bank look at only affordable housing, rumah rakyat, not building $1 million houses, I think easily we can actually come up continuously housing about 10,000 houses a year together with health and insurance, life insurance cover. We talk about university student, I think we can target 50,000 students for assistance annually. Develop the small SMEs and medium-sized company. We target 30,000 Waqaf link companies over 10 years. And hopefully we can contribute our target of 30% contribution to Malaysia's GDP as a third force. Of course, later on we'll see financing of infrastructure like water, energy, schools, universities, and hospital if the government allow the award of the PPP projects to the Waqaf institution. Financing of country heritage. If you look at 3 months ago from the government master plan, the mineral master plan, they estimated over 10 years, the government sees that the mineral sector, our glory of mineral sector was tin mining. But with the discovery of rare earth and so on, the government estimated the next 10 years, 2021 to 2031, the contribution from mineral sector is 1.4 trillion, which is about 200 billion a year. And our prayer to the state government is to Waqaf 50% at least of the state mineral assets to a Waqaf or amanah for the benefit to generate for future benefit for future generation. I am really stressing this because I believe that there need to be a proper preservation of the country's wealth on mineral asset. Then we talk about trade facilitation, let alone 120 over OIC countries, the billion-dollar trade between the OIC countries. We were looking at just 8 countries under the D8 countries, which is Egypt, Turkey, Iran, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nigeria, Indonesia, and Malaysia. And we are talking about 100 billion US dollar trading between these D8 countries. And what is the potential of developing a blockchain platform and the introduction of gold-backed cryptocurrencies? We talk about develop technology and digitalization of infrastructure to unlock more than 70 billion of Waqf asset in Malaysia. And of course, to rejuvenate Islamic banking Waqf-led framework in Malaysia and the world. And our target is to raise 3 billion capitalization for the first Waqf bank. And I believe, as I said,
you have about 5 more minutes, Dato'.
Okay, let me run through. And these are a set of deliverable. I won't go in. I think we are familiar with this. I have mentioned about a 10-year time frame just now, what we want to achieve. Okay. How do we capitalize? And interesting, we are already able to raise 100 million for the basic requirement for a Waqf bank. Successfully, we have already few shareholders who have agreed to contribute 100 million, the minimum requirement of Waqf bank. When we are expanding all this to many shareholders, the founding members, the family trust, the Waqf organization, Majlis Agama, State Religious Authority, government GLCs, Islamic Development Bank, and we are also setting up the first, what we call permodalan Waqf Co-op Berhad, so that they can gather small contribution from the members. So we have set up the cooperative co-op Waqf Berhad, already set up in Selangor for that purpose. Then we are talking about business building blocks. I think we have to look at different ways. What are the principles behind to create a new business model? So I will not go detail, but these are areas that we are looking at to differentiate the unserved and the underserved. Next. Even in the building blocks for products, you can see there is a lot of development. I just pick one, for example. Before we develop product based on unitization of asset. Now we are talking about unitization of value. You talk about financial services, banking, financial skill. Now we talk about AI, we talk about dedicated new technology in future. We talk about product lending based on mandatory periodical payment centric. Now is utility transactional based. For example, give 3 years, there will be no more hire purchase. The manufacturer of cars will actually deliver the cars to the user, to the, let's say, taxi operator, and based on customer use basis. And the platform can collect on behalf of the car manufacturers. So you don't really need to own a car based on hire purchase. So all this unitization approach has changed the whole view of banking services. So we have to understand what are the principles and changes behind the building block, so that we can create a product and service within the time frame of 10 years, as I mentioned just now. And the key is enterprise Waqf ecosystem to deliver all this new platform based on platform-based business, customer-centric business, robust KYC, mobile app, AI, machine learning, data analytics, cybersecurity, and the 24-hour service. Then how we distribute, I will not go detail in this. And I think finally, what are the benefits to society? Yeah. I will go to the important one. I want to leave one message. Yeah. Section C. Give me just 3 minutes. Waqf Bank in Afghanistan. I'll take a bit global. Answer to the collapse of their banking and financial system. As everybody knows, the acute needs of rebuilding economy in Afghanistan and to assist in the collapse of their financial system. And this I ask myself, why Afghanistan? Why it happened to Afghanistan? Why not happen to other countries like Iraq or Yemen or other areas? Why Afghanistan? It keep bothering me for a few days when I was approached and had 3 days ago an engagement with Director General of the Central Bank of Afghanistan. And it came to light to me, it must be God sign. What we see in Afghanistan is abundance of mineral asset and new technology for new technology. And you can see that in Afghanistan, they have the biggest reserve of rare earth, lithium, which is for new battery, and gold. They have the richest mineral types in the world. God has given this country richness that will determine how rich a Muslim country will be. As China, Deng Xiaoping said, he said, Arab world has oil and pipeline. China, in 20 years, which is now, he said 20 years ago. 20 years ago, he said it. And China, he said 20 years ago, and it happened now, that China control rare earth. Rare earth is the weapon of the new future. If you can look at our civilization, our first commodity was spice. Because why? Not because of flavor of food, but spice was used to preserve food so that countries can go to war and occupy each other. So the main purpose and the goal at that time is spice. It moved to oil. The next generation of wealth creation and new civilization will be based on these 3 core material, and they are resided in Afghanistan. All the big powers are going for this. Why China declare Afghanistan, recognize Afghanistan, is because of this. But where are the Muslim countries? Where are the Ummah? Can we keep joined together and assist Afghanistan to preserve the economy, to preserve the wealth, and for the benefit of Afghanistan population? Second, I was wondering, I may be wrong, but strongly I believe that the Afghans, in terms of Muslim faith, is very strong. And God said, this is what going to change the world. Because talking about faith in the religion, in Islam and Allah, I do not know. This is presumption for me, but I believe the strong foundation of faith that actually able to bring them to win the war. And this probably will be the foundation for winning the economic war. Then again, that is why the collapse in Afghanistan, the economic collapse and the financial system. Then when I was talking to the Director General of Governors Central Bank, the thing I say, what if there is nothing? There is no bank, there is no currency, and there is a plane of paper, then we can actually develop totally a new framework. We have before, few hundred years ago, we don't have any currency, We don't have banking institution. We don't have payment system. We have no global trade system. Historical perspective, Islamic civilization started. The gold dinar and silver dirham came in as a currency. The Baitul Mal, which is the house of money and house of wealth. Through the Baitul Mal, we have social security. We started, I think, Khalif Umar Al-Khattab started Central Treasury of Medina. The first treasury officer, Abdullah bin Arkam, assisted by Abdurrahman bin Auf as trustee. Then in our part of the world, the East India Company and the Dutch East India Company as an intermediaries. Can we create another history to draw out new wealth, new Muslim wealth, new richness in the Muslim country? Can we create the new birth of Islamic economy with totally different underlying assumption, different building blocks for economic development? Can we give birth to new Islamic banking and finance, a new building blocks? And my focus is Waqf Bank. Is Waqf Bank the answer? So I put that, ask ourselves, why Afghanistan? God give us a sign. Next. And as a start, I would like to call here who are with us now to look at a Waqf Bank. Can we monetize the mineral assets in Afghanistan? Request the government to put in a Waqf Bank, we monetize it. And then we create a Waqf Ummah, one Muslim, $1 globally. And we have 2 billion Muslim population, 50% contribute $1 to a movement Save Afghanistan economic system. Probably will get $1 billion as the first capital of Waqf Bank. We need to work together, all these Waqf association, Islamic association within the world, to create the first move of creating $1, one Muslim. Put in a Waqf Bank. Hopefully, I suggested to the Director General, issue one Waqf Bank and monetize some of your key material, mineral asset, where we all be comfort a matching of $1 to one mineral asset in Afghanistan. What after that? We can actually create already a gold-backed, commodity-backed cryptocurrency. We have our own currency, global currency based on gold-backed. We can create our own hub-to-hub trade settlement. We can have a payment system, Islamic payment SWIFT ourselves, and create a new Islamic and financial banking model under Waqf Bank. Then with that, we can create a good, strong foundation for the development of socio-economic development framework, creating an Islamic new economic model. I end up with another probably quotes. Community is much more than belonging to something. It is about doing something together that make belonging matters. And for me, yesterday I was clever, so I wanted to change the world. It's so depressing and now today I'm a bit more wise. So I said, I'm changing myself. With that, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you. Thank you, Dato', for a most illuminating presentation. I would probably describe this as thought leadership from a thought leader in the financial sector, getting us to think about a very comprehensive proposed Waqf digital bank framework, and at the end also to look at our role as Muslims, with a clean slate to start maybe in Afghanistan. To help our brothers there. Thank you. We will now move on to our final speaker, Professor Dr. Wan Muhammad Azizi Wan Sulaiman, who is actually one of our own. from UIA, Kuliah of Pharmacy. Previously, now he is the Vice Chancellor of PCOM's International University College. He will be speaking about the role of Taufik PCOMs for sustainability model Waqf University. Allow me to just give a short introduction of Professor Dr. Wan Azizi. He holds a doctorate, a medical doctorate, as well as a master's in herbal medicine and a PhD in pharmacology. He is now, as I said, the VC at PCOMs. Prior to that, he was an academician and researcher at Kuliah of Pharmacy, IIUM. He was appointed as head of INHART, which is the Halal Research Institute for Halal Pharmacy, and National Committee for MS 2424, Malaysian Standard for Halal Pharmaceutical Guidelines under the Malaysian Standard Department. Besides that, his involvement is in traditional and complementary medicine, including setting up a TNCM unit in IIUM, maggot therapy for diabetes, foot ulcer in Ministry of Health, establishment of Unani medicine practices, and MOU with Aligarh Muslim University, India. He also served as medical consultant for Azwa Pharma, Sdn Berhad, in collaboration with East India Technologies. Recently, he has established the Malaysian Medical Hemp Society to promote the right usage and medical research in the area of medical cannabis in collaboration with international networks from Thailand, Indonesia, Korea, Australia, and the Netherlands. Under PCOM's International University College, he has established several collaborations with traditional Malay medicine industries, panel expert for establishment of a diploma in Perubatan Melayu untuk College Space UTM, and Academy Tahfiz Medic, and getting Malaysian Qualification Register accreditation in 2020. Indeed, we are very fortunate to have him with us, and we would invite him now to share with us about the role of Taufik PCOMs for Sustainable Model Waqf University. Tafadhal.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, Prof. Dr. Sharifah Zubaida, and also Organizing Committee Chairman, Dato' Ghazali, and also he's also happened to be the Chairman for Pusat Waqf Mawid, the distinguished speaker, Dato' Nik Muhammad Amin, very enlightening to listen of how Afghanistan become a very important our Waqf bank in the future, and Mr. Mohammed from Indonesia, as well as Mr. Fayed from Fatih from Turkey. Just a short, ladies and gentlemen, just a short sharing experience of what actually PCOM are trying to do. Just a small experience of how we want to set up the Waqf University model under the umbrella of Mawid. You can have a slide presentation. Or I need to share.
I think Prof can share if you have your slides with you.
Sure. You can see that.
Yes.
All right. So basically, PCOMs basically is share. All right, so PCOM, basically PCOM is under the Majlis Agama Islam and Hifzul Mawib. The special about Mawib, we got our own Act, Act 505, and the patronage of our Royal Highness King. With this, basically, Mawib has several subsidiaries. So PCOM one of the subsidiaries, and we got Hospital Pesrawi and other colleges. Why that Mawib? This sense of Waqf University establishment, we have a complete ecosystem whereby we got the Waqf Acts, Waqf infrastructure, Waqf collection. We have already got PPZ for zakat, but we can expand or extend to we record that for Waqf, both Waqf and zakat there. And we got two colleges, PCOM and also College Professional Diploma, which already established for quite some time ago. And we got about 4,000 each, about 8,000 in total. We were given actually the responsibility to set up this concept of Waqf University. Therefore, Mawib actually has given, appointed actually us to become a Mutawali. The other word is Nazir, agent under Mawib since November 2019. and the other not only PICOM but the other five universities also being given the same mutawali. I think University Malaya, BNM, MKL, to have the concept and to implement the concept of Waqf University. For us to become a Waqf University, what are the plan? For example, we want to set up the Waqf infrastructure ecosystem. Infrastructure is for the campus setup, the land for the campus, and the campus facilities. In order to do that, we need to have a Waqf board, Waqf management team, and mainly, as we know, because PICOM is under Mawib, so we are very much catering the B40s and for the Asnaf in particular. We call our Waqf Center as a Pusat Waqf Marama. These are basically some of the projects that we are planning to do. The virtual library, the mobile clinics, food banks, lab facilities, as well as we wanted to do the green tech, which is Waqf solar for the mosque in KL here, really. As well as our online education and our Waqf ilmu. It's another concept of how that Wikipedia, how that Udemy, or how TED, TED video has a collection of video of intellectual discourse, right? All right, so for today's discussion, what are the models for us to, we know that education is highly, need a lot of budget for our Ministry of Higher Education or MOF. Budget for education is always in the higher side. It's about 30% of our GDPs. So the concept of Waqf education has been practiced, of course. We have seen how that in Turkey, for example, just now, we have seen how many universities in Turkey has really practiced Waqf, also an endowment. The word Waqf and endowment being used interchangeably. We know that endowment being used for other non-Muslims country. You know, like Oxford, Cambridge, or even Harvard, they have a big fund on the big funding on the endowment funds. With that, our Ministry of Higher Education has introduced the purple books, enhancing university income. As you can see here, that's what Dr. Nick has mentioned, that the third stream income. We need to leverage more on Waqf endowment rather than depending on government's grant, the student fees very much just to cater some basic operation budget, but for CAPEX, to develop a new campus, to upgrade the IT facilities or infrastructure, we need some other fund. Tuition fee just basically barely cater for the OPEX. So with this, our MOHI, our Ministry of Higher Education, has laid out several main potential source of incomes. I think it goes to all the IPTAs, public university. So we need to create more academic and research program, asset monetization. So we can see that number 5, number 6 there, endowment and Waqf. And number 7 is crowdfunding. As what Dr. Nick has mentioned about the Waqf Bank. I think these are timely for us to have this. Let's public also own, and let's public also involved in the for the contribution of fund for the OPEX as well as for the CAPEX. Well, the challenges and prospect, of course, we can see the many challenges, like still Waqf higher education still didn't get widespread attention. Even though we know many IPTAs, the public has already set up the Waqf or endowment units. I think IUM also has already quite established. We've got the Nasir Azman Hashim complex, for example, and many from LTATs and from, I think, from overseas as well. Number 2, the lack of awareness, understanding among society towards Waqf. Waqf still being so-called, the words Waqf still not so clear, and the implementation, the policies, the management, the transparency, the trust of the publics. Number 3, the weak management of Waqf was an important element in all aspects. Yeah. And number 4, the lack of fund has threatened operational constraint and stunted the Waqf education institution. Yeah, I mean, as you know, as I said earlier, that to run a higher education, it needs a lot of budget, and we do not know that. Then number 5, most of higher education, our public institution are actually difficult for to do the asset monetization because that's belong to the government, right? The land and also the building. All right. So some of the problem, the level of awareness, consistency of Waqf law between states. Yeah, we know that Waqf law being placed under the Islamic Religious Council that belong to the states. There's some differences, so some discrepancies among the states. And number three, most of Waqf property located less strategic location. And most Waqf land has not been registered. I think yesterday there was about Waqf land issues, among the Waqf land issues. And the development of Waqf in the financial context, I think as what Dr. Nick mentioned, if you can have the financial ecosystem for the Waqf, that will be big leverage of our can become an impetus of a new economic for Islamic financial system. And then we don't have a proper center or proper administrative for the Waqf. So for the Waqf industry, the sustainability model is very crucial. So therefore, we need to monetize the least currently available Waqf asset and proceed release can be channeled to Waqf beneficiaries. To carry out some other activity like just now we have seen greens, what we call that, green Waqf in the concept of replanting the plant just now, tamano oil for biofuel, or even palm oil or for long-term crops, or even some other agricultural livestock. To build commercial building, we got our University Fatani and in Fatani where they have a Waqf Istimari, ASEAN Mall in Fatani. And to finance development of Waqf asset, yeah, so it's another issue. We have a lot of land, but we have a lot of land with a vacant land. And by right, we can really leverage or develop the potential value or reap the values of the land, Waqf land, through ihtikar, jaratain, or musad, or istina, or mudarabah. So more and more Waqf, financial instrument can be done to finance the Waqf development. So I just go straight to the, so the role of PICOM here, the main goal to develop PICOM as a sustainable institution using the Waqf concept and also commercial adhering to the Syariah good governance. Basically, we want to move out from dependency on zakat, Baitul Mal funding from Mawib, and reduce registration fee and cost of PTPTN, our student loan. We want to provide the student assistance, student scholarship, something like that. And the last one, inshallah, with this Waqf asset, so we can develop entrepreneurship for students and also for us staff. So with this, the main objective, we want to reduce university fees, we want to develop infrastructure, assist students, what do you call that, to ease their cost of living, fund the economic and physical development, our lab, our equipments, human development capital, our research activities, right? So, and the last one, we want to get the public. As we know that the Waqf should belong to the Ummah, to the community. So the engagement with the community is very critical. And for example, in our alumni, you can see how that the Gontor Indonesia, why they're so successful, because they have a very strong alumni association to really come back and contribute back to the university. So in our case, Taufik, the brand that is a Tabung Amanah Waqf Endowment and Infaq. It's basically we have these four activities, four main core activities. Number one is the Waqf itself under Marahmah, and we got the Zakat under the Wakalah Fund, and endowment and infaq just direct public or corporate donation. And the fourth one, this actually quite a big or huge area where the non-Sharia compliant, but we under Mawib they call up they put the definition as a sumber arm or general resources. This non-Sharia compliant fund. So for Taufik, we will support for education, help to reduce student fees, provide good education infrastructures, and facility for research, for teaching. And the second one is for economy. Of course, we want to create the Waqf business model, right? So that we can partner with the society and community to be part of the our Waqf business model. And of course, the third one, we providing the medical care because it's in medical sciences and nursing. So we want to provide the, like we have dialysis center, we have rehab center, as well as we have pharmacy shops. So this one already mentioned just quickly. So how we want to raise the fund? There are various ways. Of course, through conventional ways, reduction coupon, CSR, all that. But as what Datuk Nik said just now, is the technology we can't avoid from the technology because technology is fantastic. You can work 24 hours a day, and the system itself will create a lot of trust and confidence in the public. So the system itself will eliminate a lot of what I call it, negative element or any element that can reduce the confidence of public. So, but the last one there is monetize the intellectual property. I think UIA, for example, has a lot of patent and IP. So I think Islamic finance, for example, in UIA has a lot of IP and commercialization. So same goes to PICOM. So we want to leverage. So these basically three: social fund associate, social fund enterprise, and social fund investee. So as like ecosystem, as what the technique shared just now, we want to have these three associate, the social fund associate, social fund enterprise, as well as investment in topics. Right. So this some other project, for example, this hemodialysis. Just quickly, we got 3 centers. The 4th center just approved in Putrajaya. The 5th one coming in Labuan, and we got a few more. So we got so many patients actually needed this machine. So we got Agrobank and some other corporate has already given their Waqf dialysis, hemodialysis machine. And we got the central kitchen for our hotel as well as for food bank, and our ambulance and rehab center. This rehab center. This for our student for the computer and laptop. These are various other labs and some other labs, and also the online or the campus management system or the learning management system. So this is Waqf coupon that we use. So asset rotation is crucial for us. We got few assets and under Mawib, so we want to monetize as a Waqf base. The current asset actually was built under the Zakat fund, so we will monetize from Zakat to Waqf fund. And Waqf monetization and social crowdfunding. Cost saving is very critical for us, because by having this cost saving, we can have by having the asset under Waqf, so that the benefit goes to the university, and university with that can have can channel the fund to our students to reduce the fees and students' welfare. And of course, we need any university need research grants, so we need also for research grant. And last but not least, we have our business wing like dialysis or pharmacy or rehab center to generate income, but it is a Waqf-based asset. So I think that's about all. We would like to welcome any question, just to share our small experience. And inshallah, pray for us. We'll try to become one of the Waqf model in Malaysia, in particular under the Religious Council of Mawib, under Wilayah Persatuan. Sekian, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam, jazakallah khair. Thank you, Prof. Azizi, for sharing with us what PICOM Taufik is doing in relation to distribution of the funds under My Rahmah, the Waqf activities. It looks like it's quite active, and we wish you all the best, inshallah. We have now come to our question and answer session. For those who are participating, you have about 1 minute probably to type your questions in the chat screen. Meanwhile, I will read out 2 questions that we have. One is directed to Mr. Muhaimin Iqbal in relation to Green Waqf. Dr. Muhaimin, thank you so much for your insightful presentation. There are 2 questions that she would like to pose to you. The first is, and this is from the person by the name of Fazilat Abu Bakar. The question is, number 1, how is the Waqf agricultural sector regulated in Indonesia? That's the first. The second question is, on your presentation, if Waqf institutions plant the trees, it is as if there is no financial benefit because if planting fruit trees also, there would require a few number of years to get the fruit. If that's the case, so how can Waqf institutions be kept sustainable? So that's basically the question asked to Mr. Muhaimin Iqbal. If you'd like to answer this question first.
Yes, thank you. Basically, the Indonesia is very, what do you call it, supportive to Waqf initiative, yeah, or Waqf innovative, like what we are doing is very well supported, not only by the regulation, but our central bank also very much support the idea, because this Waqf is something big potential in Indonesia, and the solution is very much in line with the trend of the SDG thing and so on. So it's we got very good support. Even during launching, that's the representative of the central bank also attending our launching. So this is the regulation, so we don't have a problem. The second thing is about the yield of the trees. You know, that's why Rasulullah SAW encouraged us to plant trees. Whoever the Muslim who plant trees, then they will be rewarded until the day of the judgment. So that's this encouragement. Why a tree is so important to be planted? In the hadith, it's mentioned that if it is eaten by bird or by animal, that we will be rewarded as a sadaqah, for example. But nowadays we understand that the yield of the trees is not only fruit. The yield of the trees is including the carbon dioxide removal and including the oxygen that we, for our breath and so on. That's the first thing. The second thing, the trees that we plant, that's why we select this particular plant. We call it tamanu or Calopilum inoculum, the scientific name. The plant, this particular plant is very productive plant because this product, we have at least 7-layer product in this particular trees, from the pharmaceutical product, from wellness industry product, biomass product, until renewable biofuel product, and so on. So we have a 7-layer of product. It is start at the 4th year, this product. So but it will last for many years until 50 years as in average for the tree. So it is to provide a yield. So let's say if I plant trees in the very remote area, very barren land and arid land in very remote area, otherwise it's unutilized, what happened? People there will get income from these trees. During the plantation, they get income, but then after 4 years, they will have economic turnover there by picking the fruit from the drop down fruit every day and then process it into bio oil and so on. We become an end product. So it's huge product on this. In our average, this particular trees, it generate economic turnover about 20,000 US dollar per hectare. So it's considered to be very high side on the plantation because the high value of the product. So the selection of trees is very important. First is the tree that can grow in arid land. The second is must be tree that have high value product. So that's why Waqf can work very well and sustainable because they have very high income to support the community as the beneficiary of the Waqf fund. So that's the answer for the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. IR Muhaimin. We have one more question, actually two more, one question and one comment. The next question is directed to Datuk Nik Amin, relating to Waqf Bank. Yeah? Question is, the objectives of Waqf is sadaqah to poor and needy, and the objectives of the bank is marketing profit. I welcome to develop the cash Waqf or digitalization of Waqf or Waqf blockchain, but I'm confused on the objectives of the Waqf Bank here. It seems that the Waqf Bank is more on maximizing the profits and business, and it might cause anyone who can be beneficiaries, not only the poor and the needy. And Waqf institutions must play its role in implementing the objectives of Waqf. So do we really need a Waqf Bank?
Can I recap? One is, do you need a Waqf bank? If there are institutions like Sadaqah institution or Infaq institution or Islamic bank, do you still need a Waqf bank? Probably that's the core issue of the questions. As I mentioned in my presentation, Waqf bank purpose is redefining or reset the purpose of the Islamic institution. And we would like to restate that by having a Waqf bank, it will be very clear in terms of the objective, where the Waqf bank will be mobilizing the assets and fund of the Muslim population towards assisting in the socio-economic development, be it in development of business or infrastructure, is meant to actually assist the Muslim community. That is the key. Number two, when we mobilize a lot of fund, then it becomes a bit more complicated in managing governance and so on. If you are managing 1 million, 2 million, it's no issue on the governing issue. But when you talk about governing issues or managing billions of funds, we need a very strong, creditable institution. And historically, people trust the bank. The structure and the banking institution and the framework, they have a trust in the bank to manage. So why we have a Waqf bank is to make sure that the governance are right. That's number one. And why Waqf bank? Because we want to redefine the objective of the Waqf bank is meant to help the poor, the needy, and for socio-economic development. Number two, the issue of, are we sure that the profit will be used for the needy and the poor? Again, within the framework of the institution, you can state that government issue and the utilization of Waqf and allocate the benefit of the profit for the benefit of the poor. So I think we don't have to worry, provided we restate the terms of reference for the running of a Waqf bank. I hope I answered that. As I said, very clear that the Waqf bank will not be shareholder-centric. It will be first Ummah-centric. That is key. The word is Ummah-centric rather than purely shareholder-centric. That will drive the bank. So when we actually propose the capital of the bank, we feel that the majority of the shareholders should be a Waqf institution. So that the Waqf institution can actually benefit from the outcome of the Waqf bank. So in our even proposal, we allow family trust and individual companies to have share, but we have this understanding that finally the majority shareholdings of the Waqf bank will actually be subscribed by a Waqf institution. That will able to ensure the direction of the bank towards the needs of the spirit of Waqf. Last I want to add is, if ever we have a Waqf bank, we want it to be not government-centered, not company-centered, but it's all Ummah. Individual who have one single share within a Waqf bank. With that, nobody can actually go against the bank. You can't fight an Ummah, but you can fight an institution or you can fight a government. But it's difficult for you to fight an Ummah. Thank you.
Thank you, Dato'. We have a question also addressed to Mr. Muhaimin again on Green Waqf. Two questions. What is the minimum size to run a farm or plantation based on Green Waqf? As we know, there are many small-scale lots of lands in Muslim countries and not really large tracts of land. When you talk about the remote areas, probably the lands are small. So what is the minimum size that you envision would be able to run this program? And second question is, have you done any feasibility studies on the climate and soil type that is required to grow this type of tree? Is it only, in Indonesia only, or can it also grow in arid countries like in the Middle East, for example? Thank you.
Yes, very, very good question. First, it's about the minimum, because this particular trees is very easy to handle. The fruit is like a peanut, the seed is like a peanut. So even if you only have one, let's say 100 meters land, enough to plant one tree, for example, that's no problem. So this is for school, for mosque, hospital who have on a small part of the land that can be planted, only plant 1 or 2 trees, that's no problem, because the fruit, the seed comes out the fruit is when it's dry, you can put it in the bag and send it into our central processing unit. So that's no problem to do that. So the important thing about this is that it's become commoditized yield. This is the fruit. Fruit is a commoditized yield that can be sent by bag, by sack bag or something like that, sent to the nearest processing unit. That's our approach. So we don't set up a minimum land to be planted on that, but because of this easy handling of the fruit. Then for the climate, we have make a study. The data that we have is from Turkey and from Saudi Arabia, because for this Prince Muhammad bin Salman initiative or Saudi Green Initiative, even in the most arid land in the desert, even because there is a Rasulullah saying that's not happen the day of the judgment before the desert become green, for example. Then we are optimistic that we can even plant in the green with the additional technology. But for the land, it can grow almost anywhere in Indonesia, and I believe we can try as well, like those old days during the Andalusia time, when the trader always bring shit or their back to Andalusia. So we can do the same. We can send. In fact, now I'm already sending some of the sample to Turkey and to other part of the world to be able to start planting this in the mosque. It can grow in the high salinity land. That's the very important thing, because most of arid land, they have a problem with water. So like in Saudi, for example, this, of course, water is not luxury, it's a luxury thing in Saudi. But if you can plant trees that can grow with the sea water, that will be a good solution, because sea water always available from any area close to the sea. So it's easy to handle that. So it can grow in this high salinity land. Even in Indonesia, it's grow in the shore area. So it can grow that. That's why it can grow in the high salinity land. And it's good for the low terrain, and with very dry land, that's no problem, because the leaf is very strong, so the minimum evaporation. So wherever you are, we can try it, send some seed to, you can try, we can guide from here that how to grow the seed and so on, and test with your area. And then what we are doing to our community who plant these trees, we also provide knowledge how to process the seed when it comes. Of course, if there is a cycle in that area. If not, then just send it to the nearest processing unit, so we can process it into wellness industry, perfumery industry, pharmaceutical industry, and so on. We have as I said earlier, that we have 7-layer product for this Taman thing. So we do hope that this Waqf, green Waqf, we can make a very productive land, and also to green the earth.
Okay. What about commercial scale? How big do you envision it would be if you're looking at commercial plantations?
We have model for every 1,000 hectares. 1,000 hectares is not necessarily in one location, So let's say if we have in certain area, that's a very diverse location, here small, and then we combine that in every 1,000 hectare, we can make one factory to process this, because the sizable 1,000 hectare, that's what we are processing. If there is 1,000 hectare, we can make a 7-layer products. If less than that, it means that we have only certain product that we process in that area, then send to the other location for the rest of the product. For example, that's because when we press, we get the let's say when we have get the oil from the seed, for example, the remainder of the seed, the waste is already high protein cake, for example, high oil cake, for example. When we process high oil cake into isolated tamano protein, for example, it can be utilized for many for animal feed and so on. So a lot of product can be derived from this.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Mohaimin. I have one question directed to Prof. Azizi. Maybe he can answer this. It's actually a comment, but you might be able to re-comment. The person who gave this comment is Mr. Hassan Veli. He said, we need investment on human capital that is a transformation leadership center or university, etc. So the need is actually to train future leaders and also to have a successful succession plan that would be able to continue this leadership. And so what is your view on this, training future leaders, the need for human capital, Prof. Azizi?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Hassan. I think it's very critical to have the human capital, as we know, because this is the one that will carry out the vision and mission, and the one that who will execute. I think one particular important paradigm, I think, is a change management. We need to change the way we understand the financial ecosystem, the way that we dependent on government funds so much. We need to come out from comfort zone. So for me, it's a change management. So that create the leadership who actually can manage the crisis. I think that's what I really like the mention about Afghanistan. How we just see how Afghanistan become, the collapsed nation, but actually it's not. Another way of seeing this actually is probably the initiation of a new Islamic economic. As we know that they are, having a pile of rare earths, or the one that the future of EV, electrical vehicle, and electrical the non-fossil fuels in the future, right? So in order to do this, we need a critical mind, we need a change management. I think more important, people at large, especially in Malaysia in particular, we need to educate more our public on Waqf. And in order to do that, we need to have a series of discussion like this Global Waqf Conference. I'd like to thank the organizer. This is 9th edition already, Datuk Gas and the team. The effort, because we need to educate more people, and especially in Waqf, so that we want the crowdfunding become part of the strong ecosystem. In order to do that, the trust, the confidence, the system must be there. How Jack Ma revolutionized, Alibaba, how Shopee come to the picture, or how Grab. It's about the system and trust of the public. So in a nutshell, yes, leadership is very important. We need to create more and more Waqf community, Waqf GLC, right?
Yes.
So we need, UIA as a leader, of course, Mawib, Pusat Waqf Mawib under Ghazali can be the
Inshallah. Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Azizi, for that. We actually have 2 questions, and I'm going to close the questions now with these 2 questions because it's already lunchtime. So we will read out 2 questions. We hope to get very quick answers. The first is on Waqf Bank, question by Mr. Shahrum Muhammad Sharif. And the question is, Waqf Bank receives funds, and this is the Ain Waqf, or the corpus of Waqf, and only the benefit can be used and distributed. So how do you ensure that the corpus is retained? I think a very basic question. Probably can this be answered very quickly? Dato'?
Yeah. Basically, the terms of the reference of the bank is all contribution of capital of Waqf will be retained on risk-free investment. So it's more like the value of the Waqf shares that is contributed to the cash Waqf will be retained in principle, will not take into taking risk in financing ventures. So the financing come from the profits of the bank business that will go into financing, and the contribution to the zakat is also come from the benefit from the profit generated from the bank. So it's more like concept of principal guarantee. I'm not a fixed scholar, but it's more very much the principal guarantee. It will not take risk on the whatever bank capital is. Yeah. So that's number one. And this can be fixed within the board and the management of bank to ensure that the legal framework is being retained in their framework. That is one. But I want to take just 1 second. After this discussion, I would like to request probably from our side, which is our CPR and our FCA, to consider looking into with UIA to set up a special research team working together with UIA on Waqf Bank, because a lot of thing of new development or new thing got to be really do research. So outcome of this Waqf conference is to work collaboration between CPR or any other organization with UIA to set up like a chair or research on Waqf Bank. That is our request if UIA would like to pursue this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dato', for that proposal. Inshallah, we'll look into that possibility. Last question is from Mr. Damu Abu Bakar Muhammad from Federal University of Kashiri, Gombe State, Nigeria. And the question, I suppose, can be answered by Mr. Muhaimin Iqbal on Green Waqf. Yeah? How can we encourage people to practice Waqf without giving huge amounts of money? Can we initiate planting of trees, digging of local wells or boreholes, construction of fences for erosion control and others?
Yeah, the important thing is to give example. So there's we must start with an example. So if you, let's say, if you see a beautiful tree that can grow into very arid, used to be very arid land, then people will encourage to grow the same trees. And so you need to try. So what we're doing, for example, that before we ask people to join our greening effort to arid land, for example, we already plant thousands and thousands trees with ourselves, with our close friend and so on. So what I encourage you from a friend in Nigeria, for example, we can send you some seed and we can guide you to how to plant these trees in your area. We can guide you. When it is succeed, then very easy for other people to just want to do the same thing. So that's the way Rasulullah SAW asked their companion and also to follow by setting example. So we're willing to, work with you in Nigeria, for example, so setting this example, then people will follow, inshallah.
Okay, thank you very much to all the speakers, Mr. I.R. Muhaimin Iqbal, Mr. Fateh Yuchel, Datuk Nik Muhammad Amin, and Professor Dr. Wan Azizi for spending your precious time with us in this session. And we will be ending the session now. If there are any further questions, probably the participants can email personally to the speakers. And I will now hand over the session to Puan Azura.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Sharifah Zubaida. Thank you for having time for us today. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll now have lunch break and prayer break before reconvening for our parallel sessions at 2 p.m. But I request for all of you to join the main link of the conference at 4 p.m. for the resolution. The respective links are of the parallel sessions are available on our website. And I also would like to request from you to again follow our FB page at GWC 2021, as well as our LinkedIn page to join that one to get more information about this conference and also conferences in the future. Thank you very much. We shall meet again at 2 p.m. inshallah.
Inshallah.
4 p.m., sorry, 2 p.m.s for the parallel sessions. Oh, sorry. God, this is like a traffic jam here. Yes, Professor Yazzie. Yes, Yazzie, sorry, Yazzie, Professor Yazzie. Thank you.